Dzień dobry.
Good morning. Welcome in Warsaw.
You clearly need a headset. Okay? We'll be speaking Polish a little bit and a lot of English. Okay? Czyli dla Państwa, którzy chcieliby...
So for all of you who need interpretation, at the back of the room you can find interpretation headsets. You can pick them up.
You can hear and see us online. I think you should be. Okay. Wonderful. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and passionate advocates for a healthier future. It is my pleasure to be here today. My name is Kasia Jurczak. I'm Polish, but I'm here representing the European Commission, where I lead the Combating Diseases team in the European Commission's DG Research and Innovation. And this is where Cancer Mission Secretariat is located, but I'm already thinking about Cancer Mission Hubs, which we are launching here today, the first one in Poland. And on behalf of our whole organization committee, I would like to welcome you to this wonderful conference and the fair. And Hugo, I will surprise you, because just before we went on stage, I was admiring this wonderful logo, really amazing creative effort. This is a skyline of Warsaw, for those of you who are here for the first time. And I was just thinking that maybe for the next edition of the conference, we should have like a conference bingo. Take a photo with every monument that you see here on the skyline. It's really beautiful. Congrats to the creative team. Anyway, before we kick off, a few housekeeping rules. If you need to use your phone, please put it on silent, vibrate. There's Wi-Fi available, and the passwords are on little stands around the room. There are emergency exits in case we need them, and they are located here, just to your left, yes, and also there through the main entrance. We'll have a coffee break with delicious Polish snacks also through this door, and there will be workshops and breakout rooms. The toilets are just behind you, so if you exit this part, turn just behind that screen. Okay, we are live on YouTube, so welcome again to everybody online, and social media. So please, it's all about engagement, and we know that social media are a great way to engage with a broader population. Join us on various channels that you follow, and use the following hashtags. Hashtag ECHOS, hashtag Cancer Mission Hubs, EU Missions, or hashtag Mission Cancer. And with that, I hand over to Hugo.
Thank you, and very, very good morning to all of you and from me. I'm Hugo Soares. I'm co-coordinating the ECHOS project, and which is responsible for setting up the National Cancer Mission Hubs. As we heard, we had our first formal launch of the first National Cancer Mission Hub yesterday here in Warsaw, and as part of one of the main objectives of the Cancer Mission Hub is to bring Cancer Mission closer to the communities. The communities meaning not just the research and the healthcare communities, but also citizens and civil society. So it's really, really, really a pleasure, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today co-hosting this event with Kasia, and which is an event dedicated to citizens and patients and their role in Cancer Mission and advancing with cancer care and cancer research. We are now about to embark in this inspiring journey with presentations on citizens and patients engagement that I hope that will strengthen the community and will motivate you to do this work together with us in Warsaw, and also in the other member states and associated countries that are here with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are in Warsaw for the launch of the first ever hub during the Polish presidency of the EU Council, so also a very symbolic event. And I have a pleasure to, and just let me tell you how remarkable this day is, and yesterday as well. We had a more formal launch. And I'd like to invite to the stage the woman behind the engine behind this event, Professor Iwona Ługowska, Plenipotentiary Director of International Affairs at the Maria Skłodowska-Curie National Research Institute of Oncology and head of the Polish National Cancer Mission Hub. And I have to say, in the last couple of days, I saw that there is so much fantastic female science leadership in Poland, and I'm very proud to see that. So, Iwona, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for a very kind introduction. And indeed, my team, it's a great female, so I need to think about gender balance, just to be honest. Okay, but I've got 2 months. So, nevertheless, yesterday was a very important moment for Polish oncology. We launched our Cancer Mission Hub, and it was very moving also for us because we work and we strongly convinced that it make change our reality as well. It was important also because we were able to see our representative of policymakers, representative from Ministry of Health, from Ministry of Science, our national contact point, and we also discussed that indeed it's important to have this players as a part of our hub, which is very important. And also we're able to interact with our patients organization. Right now, also very important partners of our Polish Cancer Mission hubs. And representatives from industry, from small biotech from Poland, and big company international, also present in our country to have different perspective. And last but not least, our healthcare providers. So our hub was designed to have all those pentahelix partners, and yesterday it was possible to do. And with the introduction to the National Cancer Mission Hub, we are able to hear excellent presentation, introduction of Anna Drake, Adam Jarubas, Christine Chomien. Thank you also, Annabella, for introduction of what is the ECOS project and why we are doing that. And also, I've got pleasure to say a little bit more about Poland, and I would like to say also hello. Indeed, this is a Warsaw, but in Poland we have 40 million people, and unfortunately we still have 170,000 new cancer patients. So it's why we've got a lot to do. And because we are not starting to tackle with oncology today, but at least 100 years ago, when we established our National Cancer Institute, responsible for leading Cancer Mission Hub, we have in Poland National Cancer Strategy, when we need to invest in our resources for education, for prevention, also educate our young colleagues, and of course to improve oncological care system. And we have 5 billion Polish zloty to do it. This is a 10-year program. And we have our National Cancer Network, and it's also with the same funds. We need to integrate cancer centers with regional healthcare providers, and also we are responsible for quality monitoring and to introduce innovation into cancer treatment. And in the same time, we have funding bodies for different projects and increasing innovation. And one of them is Medical Research Agency. And this organization, it's extremely important because we can do the academic studies in Poland now. And we can apply for those grants. And we right now have completely different landscape, not only because the opportunity for clinical trials, but also they were formulated, they established the cancer center, the clinical sites network. And right now this network, it's fully operated, and now we can also have there not only those academic studies, but of course commercial. And not last but not least, the digital center for medicine, and it is also strongly connected with biobank. So this project is ongoing. However, with biobank and data, probably if we will have success, it will be much more benefit for research, EHDS, and many others. So with these resources, we need to, as a Polish Cancer Mission Hub, to bring all those participants, players, representatives into one table and to discuss what is important for Polish and our objectives. And our objectives are pretty simple because, as I mentioned, lots of ongoing actions are in Poland and lots of ongoing actions are in Europe. And now we need to merge them, we need to map them and to see what is missing, what is overlapping, just to be as straightforward and effective as we can do. And very important also is this international collaboration, because a National Cancer Network and also Cancer Strategy, it was just, the international relationship, it was a missing point. So it's why Hub perfectly fits into these ideas. And as it was mentioned, and we are here because citizens and patients engagement, it's extremely important if we would like to be effective in prevention. And prevention is our goal, very, very, very important. And to start yesterday, we need to continue and to be sustainable. So with this, the goal number 4 is to build strong and effective and also well-funded structure that will have impact and help patient. So I don't want to take more time. If you have more questions, I'm available here today with you. And indeed, yesterday was lunch, today is work. So happy to be here, be active, and to have also lots of inspiration how we can, adapt our hub. And what is important also, that this is a first, but we will have more. And ECOS 2 project, it's also our very huge opportunity, how we can continue, how we can make this network stronger and make it also sustainable. So, first, but network is our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivona. Thank you very much for your inspiring words and for the commitment you have put into the National Cancer Mission Hub to set up and to work the community here in Poland, not just in Warsaw, as you said. Next, I will give the floor to Kasia. Your role in the European Commission is shaping European policy and strategy in combating diseases. So, Kasia's insight into this broader European landscape of health initiatives are invaluable to the discussions that we are having here today. It is important that we align our activities, our strategies in the different member states with those of the European, and we together fight this disease, which we know all how devastating it is. So, with this, Kasia, please, thank you.
So you're playing a bit of musical chairs, a bit of hosting, a bit of speeches, back to hosting later. And I'll take an opportunity maybe also for the benefit of those of you who are joining us only today to sketch out a few points about the broader policy context and the cancer mission. So, as we all know here, cancer is a societal challenge for EU citizens, and I am sure that in this room, it touched every one of us in our families, communities, and healthcare systems. Each year, 2.7 million Europeans are diagnosed, and 1.3 million lose their lives. And by 2040, cases are expected to surpass 3.2 million. But there's hope, because as we heard and saw yesterday, so much has been achieved. And we also have heard that so much more needs to be done. And that's why in 2021, the European Commission launched 2 interlinked initiatives. On the one hand, Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which is our policy arm, and EU Cancer Mission, that comes from a research framework program, Horizon Europe, but that brings together all of the instruments in the Commission, so the public health framework, such as the Beating Cancer Plan, our structural investments, the ways of financing, digital policy. So when we work on initiatives like European Health Data Space, we keep cancer in mind and cancer patients. How can we collect their data in a more effective way? How can we use AI and data models to help diagnose in a quicker, most effective way? But we also look at policies such as consumer protection and justice, because we heard yesterday that there is the right to be forgotten, that the cancer diagnosis should not carry with you impact all your life, that you should have access to mortgage and not be penalized for a disease that you have fought with success. So as part of the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Program, the Cancer Mission has set an overall goal, improving the lives of more than 3 million people by 2030. And how do we want to do it? Through prevention, very important. Cure, improving quality of life for patients and their families. And the mission aims to break barriers and bring innovative research and innovation approach to public health policies to deliver concrete solutions for patients and citizens. And within the program that we manage, so within the Horizon Europe, we have already invested 488 million euro into 61 innovative research projects that focus on cancer understanding, prevention, diagnostics, treatment, a lot of innovation there in terms of therapies, and very importantly, quality of life. This investment has mobilized the cancer research community in Europe, including here in Poland, but we hope for even greater engagement of the Polish research community thanks to the hub, but also beyond, because Horizon Europe is a global research program. So yesterday's launch of the Cancer Mission Hub marks an important milestone in the implementation of the cancer mission, which is, as I said before, the first of its kind in Europe. And we are very excited to see other hubs that will open later this year in Malta, Portugal, and Greece. And these mission hubs will be crucial platforms for bringing together researchers, very importantly, patients and advocates, policymakers, civil society at all levels, national, regional, and local, and making this critical hub between what happens at the European level, which I agree can be confusing. There is a lot of things, we speak sometimes a very different language, and bringing it into a very understandable, reachable messages and implementable concepts at the national level. And the topic that we are addressing today, the citizen engagement activity, it's a novelty that mission approach brings. And Rowan will speak about it in more detail later in her keynote speech. And as a policymaker, I can say it is a very exciting way to work together. And I said it already yesterday, it's also very challenging because it pushes us to do things in a different way, to go outside of our comfort zone, to do things differently within our organizations and engage really properly with a broader community. So I think this is a challenge, but also a recipe for success. And with this, I end my introductory speech. Thank you. And I'll turn the tables and move back to my moderator role. Haha, surprise. And only to swap places with Hugo, my co-moderator for today, and co-coordinator of the ECOS project. So ECOS project is funded by the EU and is a beacon for the implementation of the cancer mission in every European country. So making that crucial link between the European level and the national level. So let's hear now from Hugo about the project.
Thank you, Kasia. And I'm sorry about this changing, but I think it's important also to, again, align and setting the stage here for those that are less familiar with not just the Cancer Mission, the National Cancer Mission Hub concept, and all these initiatives that are now ongoing. And it's really good, you know, we see a lot of things. Sometimes we get confused, but this means that the European Commission and member states are committed with this goal to fight cancer and to improve cancer care, cancer research, and cancer policy in all member states. So as we just heard, the European Commission is deeply committed with to improve the fight against cancer, and for that they issued in 2021 these two very important documents which set up the strategy for the next years, which are the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and the European Cancer Mission. Together, both documents set a comprehensive series of 13 recommendations and 10 flagships, so these fancy words to say we really need to get this done and try to achieve by 2030. Beyond this crucial blueprints and documents, the European Commission is also supporting member states to create these other structures of support to EU mission and to EBCP. There are several. You have the cancer data nodes for cancer research data on cancer. You have a federated image infrastructures, and you have the network of national cancer mission hubs. This national and the reason why the European Commission is setting up all these structures is because, as we all recognize, genuine and impactful change must occur at the local level, meaning this local, regional, national. It happens at the community level, not in the office. And that's why we are now here, and both EBCP and Mission on Cancer, so the European Commission, is so committed with getting things done through the communities. It is thus with immense pride that we are partnering with the European Commission in this endeavor, assisting the establishment of structures of support, like the National Cancer Mission Hub yesterday. Among their many responsibilities, as I said, the National Cancer Mission Hubs are tasked with significantly enhancing the participation of stakeholders throughout different sectors, with a high focus on citizens and patients in the actions against cancer. This spans from involving research and innovation projects right through the identifying priority actions and shaping cancer policies. So please note, ECHO's project is not merely creating these foundational structures. It's not our aim to create, it's created, wash our hands and move on, but we are also cultivating a community of practice, fostering this body of knowledge in stakeholders and citizens engagement, and seeking to boost this national and transnational collaboration, because we all have to learn with each other. We are all doing different things in different settings, but complementary to each other. So this collective effort, we believe, will empower Europe and the member states to unite in the fight against cancer. Today, starting yesterday, we are witnessing this first, what will be an annual event of ECHOS. It will be a series of events dedicated to citizens engagement and to the implementation of Cancer Mission, which is the Cancer Mission Fair. It is a genuine honor to share this significant landmark with you, the inaugural Cancer Mission Fair. I sincerely hope you have an enjoyable and insightful day, and once again, thank you very much for your unwavering support. Thank you. And now, acting again as host of the event, we will have the honor of hearing directly from a patient's voice. A testament of courage, resilience, and advocacy, and above all, a very positive attitude. Please welcome Lydia Dindor to the stage from Oncoficta, Lidka, who will share her powerful story on cancer patients. Lydia, thank you for being here and sharing your story with us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. We have gathered here today for the continuation of events celebrating the inauguration of Polish Cancer Mission Hub. The initiative, whose main goal is to improve situation of Polish oncological patients. Today is the time to come together and exchange our ideas, to show patients' engagement. Patient engagement can come in different shapes and colors, but no matter how we think about it, it should foremost represent patients' needs and voices. I remember the beginnings of my journey with breast cancer. Back then, I knew nothing about my disease, ambiguous terms, uncertain condition, and so many tears. I fully trusted healthcare providers and listened to their advice. But even though they were excellent specialists, they not always knew what my needs were, and so-called obvious to them decisions may not be that obvious to me. This is when I came across patient engagement for the first time. I was offered support and understanding that no one except for another patient could give me back then. I shared my fears and hopes with other patients. I listened to stories of others to feel better and to know that I'm not alone. I learned where to look for evidence-based information regarding my condition and what the next steps would be regarding my treatment. This experience has taught me that in order to make good decisions for myself, I need to be well informed. I need to know the options and go with the best possible one for me, which might not necessarily mean the best option for someone else. Being a patient representative has taught me to look at the same dilemma from many different angles, to search for different solutions and not necessarily agree on what's easily available. I know now how difficult patient advocacy can be, but at the same time, there is nothing more rewarding than this job. It teaches us patience, perseverance, humility, and hard work. It gives us the ability to change someone else's life and never take it for granted. Dear patient representatives, advocates, experts, thank you for your hard work and commitment to what you do. I trust that we can come together and engage even more, that common goals are set together and worked for the good of all patients. Enjoy the fair, and please don't forget to stop by at my booth. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Dziękuję, Lydia.
Thank you, Lydia. Just like yesterday, a wonderful speech.
Segment of introductions, and I will definitely visit your booth, and I will definitely follow your channel, right? Because I hear that's the place where very strong patient advocacy is happening. And just again to remind you, now we have hashtags on the slide: ECOS, this project, Cancer Mission Hub, our first Polish cancer mission, EU missions, because apart from the cancer mission, there are 4 others, mostly about environment, Horizon EU, our big funding program for research and innovation, and a Mission Cancer, the big mission bringing us here today. Okay, so that's for the introduction session. And I think we are quite okay on time. Yeah, well done, everybody. So our next session delves into a topic that is foundational to all European missions. Yes, as I mentioned, EU missions. And it's citizens' engagement. And that's what really distinguishes our way of working from our usual way of working. And the citizens' engagement is about empowering communities and individuals to become active participants in shaping their own health outcomes. And to guide us through this crucial subject, I have a pleasure to introduce Rowan Conway. Rowan, please come to stage. Rowan is a policy fellow and visiting professor of strategic design, leading the Transformation by Design and University College London Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Rowan, the floor is yours, and I see you come prepared with a fantastic clock.
Thank you so much, and there we go. It is, the tech here is fabulous. I'm so delighted. Thank you so much for having me. I was invited to come to talk about the promise of citizen engagement for the EU missions. But given my experience and background knowledge of engagement, I also wanted to talk about the perils, which means things that are challenging as well as the things that are wonderful about engagement. So let's see if I can use this. A little bit about me, but before I talk about me, I want to know a little bit about you. How many of you are actually involved directly in the EU missions, the Horizon 2020 process? Excellent. How many of you are working on cancer here in Poland? Okay, and how many of you are from wider outside of Poland working in this area? Lots of you, excellent. So you are a broad church, that's good to know. It's always important for me to situate where am I talking, especially when working with the European Commission or in the European Union. Largely because that challenge that Hugo pointed out earlier, which is one of alignment between the regional or the European Union, the national, the regional, and the local, is even longer. That line is even longer in the context of the European Commission. My experience, I have lots of hats. I currently work at the London School of Economics as the Deputy Director of the Just Transition Finance Lab at the Grantham Institute for Climate Change and the Environment at the LSE, which is a very, very long title. And my work there is largely about engagement with a broad array of stakeholders around the concept of just transition finance. So it's a different part of the suite of mission areas that the European Commission is looking at with these EU missions. As was mentioned, I am a visiting professor at the Institute of Innovation and Public Purpose at UCL. I work very closely with Mariana Mazzucato, who was very much part of the design, if you like, of the EU missions function back when they were published in 2018. And I, most importantly for this presentation, over the last 2 years, so finishing last year, I was the independent chair of the mutual learning exercise for the EU missions for the application at the national level for the EU missions. So really looking at the implementation challenges. And it's from this experience that I'll largely draw my thoughts today. However, I think it's important to say that my background originally is I am a strategic designer and social entrepreneur, if you like, but I also worked in stakeholder engagement for my whole life. So I led the community engagement for the London 2012 Olympic Park co-design phase, which was extremely challenging. And I also played a role in a program called NHS Citizen, which was a deliberative democracy process trying to engage around 5 thematic areas, one of which was cancer. I was not on the cancer, I did mental health, which is quite a broad church. Where we were trying to work with the public and patients to think about what does it look like to do engagement in health. So a lot of my background and why I was appointed as the subject matter expert for this program was actually situated in community and citizen engagement over the last 25 years. But this process, and this is the report, you can download it, that I authored for the MLE, the Mutual Learning Exercise. But we were really looking at the EU missions implementation at a national level. Because I think this, it's an interesting stage of where things are. I mean, this is an example of the maturity, if you like, of the EU missions. You've now organized, you have a lot of things to talk about, and you have a lot of infrastructure that's now been developed. And living up to this promise that mission-oriented innovation policy is a cross-sectoral, cross-policy approach to achieve ambitious and clearly formulated goals via the generation and application of knowledge and innovation addressing pressing societal challenges, of which cancer is one of the 5 missions. That sounds wonderful, but actually in practice is incredibly hard to do and takes an enormous amount of, if you like, emotional literacy, emotional intelligence, not just the intelligence of being able to coordinate or to set governance agenda. The mutual learning exercise, while we were bringing expertise into the room, was fundamentally a peer learning journey. It was about people learning from each other and with each other from across the spectrum of the EU member states. And I think that that's really also important. A lot of what I learned taking people around, and we went to Czechia, Austria, Sweden, and Brussels, and Belgium, Flanders. And in order for us to kind of understand how do people do it in these different contexts, do deep dives into these contexts. And it was there, not just in the evidence base and the literature reviews, but actually fundamentally in the the conversations that happened in between that really fed our understanding about the pains that were faced, the pains and opportunities that were faced in implementing the EU missions. And the big challenge was that citizen engagement is something that sounds great and is actually really, really hard to understand at a deeper level. So when I talk about the promise of citizen engagement, and it's not just a promise, it's an expectation in the EU missions. There are many reasons why we seek to engage the public. That might mean from gathering insights to informing decision making. But when I say citizen engagement, you might have an intuitive sense of what it means to you, and you might have an intuitive sense of what it means to you, and they mean completely different things. So citizen engagement as a broad term has many mechanisms for delivery, and not everyone can actually learn all of them. So it has to be, by definition, a group endeavour. So I'm going to walk through the core messages that came from that mutual learning exercise, and this is what we presented back to the groups, and it's actually in the report, the final report, which I think is well worth a read. the core messages from that peer learning is there's a strong mandate and demand for citizen engagement, but there is an implementation gap. There are core competencies and capabilities that are not a direct extension of normal science, technology, and innovation practices. They ask you to extend yourself to a place that is really uncomfortable a lot of time. And innovation is political, which is the strapline. Handily, it's the strapline of the Innovation and Public Purpose, the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, where I work. So I'm going to break these down into two broad areas. Now, that's not. This is a, I'm doing that in a relatively experimental way. They're not all the promise and all the perils. They don't fall neatly into these buckets. But the promise. So I'm going to go through some of these things and think about these, how we can live up to the promise of citizen engagement, but then how we can be mindful of the perils. So let's start with the promise. There is this strong mandate and demand for citizen engagement. Would you agree? Put your hand up if you agree there is a strong demand and mandate for citizen engagement. Yay! You probably all came here because of that, so it's not necessarily the most. I need a counterfactual somewhere. And theoretically, when done well, citizen engagement can improve the quality, effectiveness, and trust of society in research and innovation. It's therefore been recognised as a key element for the EU missions, both to engage the public in the design of mission projects and as a mechanism to ensure the societal uptake required to achieve the goals of the EU missions. Sometimes that can feel like a mandate that has been given to you, and you have to rise to the challenge, and it feels really uncomfortable. And sometimes it feels like a mandate that just sets you free. And I certainly saw that in our different, and I won't say which parts of our different engagement showed which, but we would go to some universities and say, how's it going in the EU missions? They say, oh, there's so much stakeholder engagement, it's a nightmare. They didn't say it like that, by the way, that's my interpretation. And you'd go to other places and they would be on fire. They would be like, this is how we should always have done science. We should always think like this. So there are different biases towards how you come to the question. And that largely comes down from, I've been told to do it, or you are unlocking the potential that was already latent. I think the missing thing was actually how do you do it? And going back to that onion, that was the welcome trust onion that I showed you earlier of all of the different mechanisms. Citizen engagement means different things. This is a beautiful green fair, and I love that you are so on brand with your outfit. It's amazing. But how you do that, how you run a fair, is a really big and challenging set of skills, right? But it's fundamentally not the same skill as running a deliberative democracy forum. Running sortition processes requires a different kind of facilitative skill. So the same with citizen science, right? If you're doing citizen science and you're trying to really understand how do I learn from this and actually bring this into the research envelope, you have to have a set of skills. Again, emotional literacy is a really important one. This idea, and I really loved what Lydia said, was this idea that there's an expert in the room, but they don't understand me and my experience. So how do you bridge those two things? And that then comes into patient engagement. Some of that idea that experts know everything and that they can't necessarily draw in the insights from patients has been largely debunked in health research for a long time, and patient-centered engagement is probably where you see the greatest advancement in engagement. So you've actually got a head start a lot in this area, and particularly when you're working with health or public health. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that you don't have the expertise challenge, which is, I'm the expert, why don't they understand me? That happens a lot in a lot of science. Now, this is the vision set out with what we want to see, and actually, when listening to the work that's been going on here in Poland, this definitely, a pentahelix environment is what this is. A mission-oriented innovation system brings together all relevant actors from politics, science, industry, and civil society for joint value creation. That sounds like a party that I would like to go to. But it's in theory, right? Because it's highly active. It requires an enormous amount of your cognitive load to actually attend to other people. My PhD, which is nearly finished, is in social cognition, which is fundamentally about how much cognitive weight and mental load goes into actually talking to people. The good news is you do not have to sell yourself, particularly in this mission. In the cancer mission, and this is, I'm going to refer to citizen awareness of the EU missions and opportunities for citizen engagement, which was a poll that went out in late 2023. And the good news is, you know, you're the most popular, right? EU citizens fundamentally against maybe how we feel. We think, oh, do people want us to be doing this work? Quite fundamentally, what this poll showed is that EU citizens really care. In fact, they expect that you're already doing it. Share the goals for the EU missions, and there is demand for engagement. That's across the board, sharing these goals. So against this kind of concern that actually, should we be doing these normative things, these things that are maybe getting outside of an efficiency mode, and how should we be pursuing these public goals? The answer broadly from the survey was yes, of course. And so don't worry about whether you should be, just do it well. And that is the interesting thing for you, is that you have an enormous amount of support behind you. A huge amount of latent support because so many people are affected by cancer. You know, cancer is the highest priority in this survey, EU missions for citizens. And, you know, as pointed out by Kazia earlier, in the global context, Europeans are disproportionately affected by cancer. And this survey in citizens' awareness in the EU missions was particularly targeted at Finland, France, Ireland, Italy, Poland, and Romania, so that it had it's not entirely comprehensive of the whole European Union, but it was a sort of sample check that polled nearly 5,000 members of the public to find out their attitudes. And it found significant public interest in participation, but noted, and I think this will be a theme that I keep going to throughout the end, it's hampered by a lack of trust in public institutions, low awareness of scientific research initiatives, and a lack of access to decision making. You can't solve all of those problems with your citizen engagement strategy. But it's very important to recognize that those are, if you like, the big challenges that will beset you when you start thinking about public opinion. And this idea of, like, how do you help build trusts in public institutions? That's part of what you do by being brilliant, is to enable that trust. But you are part of a much broader mix, and you can't solve everything for everyone. Low awareness of scientific research initiatives, you can build your communication capacity, but you will always be going to a relatively niche audience, you know, but communication can support that. A lack of access to decision making is about raising our understanding of how to use these participatory tools such as sortition or participatory budgeting. But as I say, Europeans already care about cancer, so you fundamentally don't need to sell the mission to get buy-in. There's very high concern for cancer in this area. More than 50% polled were concerned or very concerned about this mission. And when they actually gave them a task, which was to understand whether or not, you know, where there are different priorities among social challenges, they gave them the task of allocating a fixed amount of funding between the 5 missions, which was the idea. If you had €1,000, where would you actually dedicate this money? Allocate it widely. Respondents prioritized cancer over the other 4 challenges, with approximately twice as much being donated to cancer, €343 on average, to any of the other challenges. So you have a huge amount of latent demand for you to be doing this work. So you just don't need to worry about whether you should be doing the work. I think that's one of the challenges when entering into citizen engagement, is we lose a lot of our, we waste a lot of our cognitive energy on, should I even be in this room? And you need to go, yes, of course you should be in this room. Now start building your capability at the level that we see at this kind of fair, which is really super exciting. So to build that capability, you need to recognize there are core competencies and capabilities that are not an extension of business as usual STI. That sounds like a bad thing, but actually it's a super good thing because it's a challenge for you. Missions will get you to build specialist engagement capability. So going back to those people when I was going around saying, what do you like about the EU missions? Oh, the engagement sucks. They didn't say that. I said that. fundamentally, what they're doing there is they are learning. They're learning fundamental new skills. They're building their capacity for supercognition. In an era of AI, that's where the core skills are going to have to be. Everyone is going to need to become more human, and that's amazing that missions are going to allow you to build that capability. If in 10 years, when I look back on, my life and how effective it was, if we haven't built on that capability in the European Union, I'll be very sad. Because actually that's, if you like, the gift, the legacy of this intervention, the Horizon 2020 intervention, is that missions have given you all the opportunity to build this specialist capability. But it's painful. All real learning is painful, right? And maybe you didn't do real learning except when you were back at university, and it's asking you to do some of that now. So it'll be very confronting. Engagement skills are specialist skills. Working with diversity is specialist skills. This is a program that I did for London 2012, actually, so it's really, really old. But actually working on how do you engage people in a non-tokenistic way? How do you take people through a journey? How do you actually listen? How do you not just try and communicate what you're saying, but actually spend time really absorbing and experiencing what's happening in that room? That's why pentahelix work is amazing, because actually you get to know each other over a period of time, and it's quite relational. This is a specialist skill. Because participation is a spectrum, this is the IAPT spectrum. If you probably are all very familiar with it, so I won't insult you by just going back to the fundamentals of but it's based on the Arnstein ladder of participation, which is also worth looking at, by Cherry Arnstein from 1969. But the way that IAPT have done it, and I think this is always useful, is to recognize this is a kind of maturity model, right? You have to get some fundamental foundations right, and the fundamental foundations right in your public participation goal is to provide the public with balanced and objective information to assist them in understanding the problem. Fundamentally, that's about communication. We will keep you informed. Then there is an obligation to consult, so you're not just standing on a plinth and saying, this is the way things are, get on with it, people, but you're actually understanding and obtaining public feedback to analyze alternatives or understand how that might inform a decision. So that's a promise that you're making, and this is about building trusted institutions, that you'll be informed, listen to, and acknowledge your concerns. This is where things start going badly. I see this across government all the time, is that consultation is rubbish. It's largely rubbish because you've been given 6 weeks to do it. It's a survey. People don't really want to do it. They just have to do it. And so they receive things, and then they go through it, redact what they don't want to do, and then say, yeah, we did that. That's terrible consultation. If you're doing that, stop doing it. Consultation should be about how you understand what's happening with your users or the people that you want to engage with, that then can start informing involvement. So involvement is how you work directly with the public throughout the process to ensure that public concerns and aspirations are consistently understood and considered. This is where that kind of very, very high level skills that I'm talking about come in. Because you have to be able to, you work to ensure that your concerns and aspirations are reflected and the alternatives developed are part of the sort of public input into decision making. There's a huge amount of interpretation here as well, because it brings in, as I say, emotional literacy. That's why it's quite interesting why patient engagement has been a kind of forerunner in actually how you do involvement well, largely because to a degree, and this is an assumption, if you are doing patient interface work, you have to have some level of bedside manner, if you like. And so you have something that's already some latent skills in engagement because you've had to involve people in understanding their diagnosis. You've had to listen to people. Whether you've done it well is different, is a question. Oh, hello. There we go. But ultimately, you've got some capacity to do this. This stuff here is where it gets really, really hard. When you start working into collaboration, and that's where you have your multi-helix examples, where you're partnering with the public in every area of decision-making as well as other actors. This is really hard because it's where you start having to devolve or divest of power. And devolving and divesting of power therein comes risk. right? And that risk is largely held by the practitioner. That's why I'm really delighted to see, the work that we're talking about in the Cancer Hub here and these pentahelix, where these, and I met a lot of these people on the MLE, which were passionate people who wanted to see this work done, who didn't feel that they had to hold entirely to an agenda, but actually had to listen to the feedback they were getting, not just from the public, but from the problem. So if you can do that, you're starting to build an extraordinary skills base to enable you to do a different kind of science. So it comes from citizen science, but actually it then becomes moving in towards co-design. Empowerment is something that needs a lot of reflection and decision making. So why are you doing empowerment? If you're trying to say, actually, citizen engagement is a proxy for democracy, I would largely say it shouldn't be. You can do representative work where you can do move people into a space where they're making decisions, but actually that again is working with an artful suite of mechanisms and methods. Engagement should enable cross-fertilization with wider cancer research efforts, and I love the fact that that's what you and Kazi was describing earlier. What you're trying to weave into this is and Hugo's example of saying, look, there's greater connection with this wider group of parts of the research and innovation ecosystem. So but you have to then be able to think about co-creation. We see that a lot of this is already a core skill in health research, and so how you work to identify who's doing amazing work already and bring them into the fold. I think this is what things like this cancer fair are for. Not just saying, oh, we're now doing this, so come with us. It's also, what are you doing, and how are you doing that well? Because there's a lot of this kind of user-centered design, co-design, and user-generated design that already is in existence. Now, you have to go to the literature occasionally to say, what are they saying about things? And I think what's interesting in the language of the academic literature about missions is that this does really mean that engagement capacity is equaling a double additionality of the investment in missions. Because stakeholder and citizen engagement involving those with technical expertise, sectoral specialisms, local knowledge, and lived experience is central to the mission approach. And it, in theory, is this human factor that will drive system-wide transformation. There's a lot of assumptions in that, but actually being able to work with this level of complexity requires considerable cooperation between various stakeholders, which can't be bad. There's a double additionality that comes from that. And the idea of being able to do the involvement of actors like citizens, cities, civil society stakeholders, or the media, or NGOs, or think tanks, is giving you a mental dexterity for understanding how different people approach a problem, how you are able then to be the orchestrator of that. That's the job of the EU missions, because it is essential to facilitate this participation of public actors, and this event, I think, is doing that beautifully. This is how the OECD sees it. Engagement capability is double additionality. So, taking a nice scientific way of thinking about it. The traditional policy dead weight is that you look at the counterfactual for what would happen if we didn't do this intervention. So therefore, the rationale for investing in some kind of STI intervention is this traditional additionality. We will see an improvement, a gain, because of this investment. The idea of the effects of missions is that they have an additionality that goes beyond that they create second-order additionality effects of missions. And I would say that engagement is probably one of the primary gains. Don't lose it. If you've set up things which are making you feel like, oh my God, the work we've done over the last 5 years is so incredible, it is a pathway for deeper community engagement or citizen engagement in science. You have to be thinking about your legacy now and not just and it would be terrible if they stop funding it. I've just seen this in New Zealand. A lot of my work is based in New Zealand for no good reason at all, because it's the whole opposite side of the world. But I worked on the evaluation a couple of years ago of their National Science Challenges, which was a 10-year program investing in missions challenges, but missions along different thematic areas. Very, very similar to the EU mission program. And in 2024, it fell off a fiscal cliff. The thing that's really challenging about that for me in the evaluation was there's a lot of really amazing work that has gone into this, but then there was an awful lot of funding dependency. You have to be working on that double additionality as a complete waste of time unless you are thinking in 10 years' time, what will this have created? Even if it's just for you as a human. You know, how am I going to use these amazing spidey skills I now have in the world? That's going to be hard to translate, spidey skills, sorry about that. So, you know, you want to be seeing how do you do participatory research that enables context-specific change, and then you need to start teaching it to other people. You need to start bringing the work that you're doing, not just showcasing it, not just communicating it, disseminating it, ticking a box and saying, look, we did it. You need to, it's your life now, sorry people, and you therefore need to be able to think about how does this change the way that we do science in the future. And then how does it change the way we do innovation? You know, this is the Vinova example. So I worked very closely with Dan Hill, who wrote this brilliant but very long book on designing missions, which talks about how you work with people with lived experience, communities, and then bring professionals together to improve something that they care about. And that means that the primary role of this kind of work is to elevate the voices and contributions of people with lived experience. This is very hard work to do well. So let's quickly go through the perils, because I think I only have 10 minutes left. And there's an implementation gap. Most of all the MLE submissions cited the involvement of stakeholders as one of their top 3 challenges. This is at various levels, and I really think it's important to recognise that what Hugo said is you've got this huge complexity challenge of, you know, national, regional, and local alignment. You can spend all your time doing agenda conformity, and how do you avoid that? These members were across a very broad range. So we had Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Czechia, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Lithuania, Malta, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Sweden. There's a lot of diversity in that. How they learn from each other is really important, because they had to think about how do we design and execute a successful implementation strategy in collaboration with both public and private partners. And how do we deliver cultural change for better cooperation among private and public stakeholders? That's a good essay question. You tell me. First thing they told me, and this is the just among them, was that actually just they don't have very much experience in doing it. So which stakeholder engagement methods have you used? Well, they're very good at stakeholder management. They've got communication. This is communication. They know how to do formal consultations. They know how to facilitate workshops. And they've got digital and social media. That should be expected. You should absolutely have that. But how do you use digital democracy platforms? How do you use deliberative fora, participatory budgeting, civic innovation labs or living labs? And I know you've got some living labs here today, so that's exciting. Participatory foresight or socio-technological imaginaries. You know, action learning, action research, participatory action research. Very low. And that shows a little bit in then the next thing, which is, you know, that assumption, that question that they were asking was, how do we enable cultural change? That's a massive question. And Mariana Mazzucato will always say, innovation is political, which is, you know, a broad thing to say. Citizen participation can't answer that. Citizen participation is not a proxy for democracy, but engagement is nonetheless political. So you must design the methods you use with care. I'll just let you look at that for a little while and go, Jesus, that was a bad idea. Don't design stuff that's that bad, because you'll get bad outcomes. Invest in skills. Obviously, I'm saying you're not a proxy for democracy. However, invest in skills that understand human psychology, and then build your engagement mechanisms. That's why citizens' juries are very interesting, because they spend an enormous amount of time on investing in knowledge building for representative parts of the public. But they're not, sortition and this kind of thing is absolutely not a panacea. It doesn't answer every question. You have to make sure that the question you're asking is right for the method. And that's where I say you're getting to this high level of capability when you know when it is. You also need to understand why there might be resistance to citizen participation. Humans are horrible. No, they're not. They're lovely. But there's this wonderful game that if you would like to join me, there's a keynote when I start a workshop later, and I don't want you to miss that. So if you want to come and have a chat at the next keynote, come for that. But in the workshop, I will wait till the keynote's finished, and you can come and do this game, which is called Citizen Participation Hell No. And it was an URBACT study, based on an URBACT study of all the reasons why public policymakers hate talking to people. And it's so interesting to understand why people are scared. And people at ever more senior leadership positions are even more scared. And that's largely because when they do go out, they might get lambasted. It's very hard to stand with integrity at a very senior level and talk to a member of the public. You know, if I'm Ursula von der Leyen, I can't do that very easily. So how you enable the development of leadership skills so that they can participate with the public and then lead with integrity is going to be part of what we need to learn in order to get there. Because people are unpredictable and you fundamentally cannot control them or the outcome. But you can engage with them by being authentic and trustworthy. They need to see that you care, and in no place more so than when you're talking about public health, and see how this mission affects them. And then you start to prioritize the relational, which is when co-production becomes possible. You know, when you're actually in relationship is the place where you can start to engage and try and find ways forward, which is playing to the point that Lydia made earlier. You know, being able to be seen, your pain and your lived experience to be seen, to then be welcomed as to part of the co-planning, co-evaluation, co-delivery. It's definitely something that is this kind of win-win that elevates the voices and contribution of people with lived experience. So to get to that level of understanding that citizen engagement is profoundly not a panacea, it's very hard but incredibly rewarding. You will cry more than you've ever cried in your life, and you will feel more than you've ever felt in your life. But that requires that you start going outside of the boundaries of your normal skill set. You have to build this, you know, emotional literacy, this human literacy. And as I say, never more is this more important than in an era where AI is allowing you to generate all the answers for you. And you don't actually have to do. You can cognitively offload the work that you have largely done before into some kind of generative AI, and you can spend all your time understanding how to enable power and trust. Power, redistribution and trust. Starting to understand this, so these are some of my core lessons that I've learned over my lifetime doing this kind of work. It's critical that you understand power asymmetry. You know, when differences in power are unacknowledged, the people with the most power have the most influence over decisions regardless of the quality of their knowledge and ideas. I currently work with the finance community talking about just transition. That is really fascinating because this comes up a lot. There's a lot of assumed power that people don't even understand is actually hugely asymmetrical. So getting them to understand their power is a big part of that. Because you want to move away from placation, tokenism, and into something where you can actually play with actually addressing power asymmetry. You can't come in and say, there's a lot of power dynamics in this room. Oh well. You have to start thinking, how does that play out over the lifetime of this project? Trust paves the way for conversations where we confront metaphorical elephants in the room, and there are always elephants in the room. How you facilitate that, again, is part of your amazing skill set that you're going to build. You can't buy trust, you can earn it through facilitative power, and also thinking about what happens at the end of this project. You have to think about, what am I leaving? What legacy am I leaving with this? And what you have the benefits of your funding to do now is you build your inclusive capacities, use inclusive means, learn about participatory approaches, facilitate self-discovery and move people from participants to active partners. If you do that with this project, you will have friends for life, but you'll also have built some kind of ecosystem that can actually be mobilized in the future. And the idea is you must build capability and provide support and adopt and encourage new ways of being and doing and learn from others. That is where your leaders have to have your back. You know, if you have permission from leaders who are running this thing to do this work, all of this trust and power symmetries can be addressed. Leadership is absolutely core within this. So in the workshop that I do later, I will take us through this idea of having a think about what is our shared power spectrum? How far can we go in our project? So if you'd like to join me in that, I will take you through. But otherwise, I want to say thank you. I think I'm bang on time, or maybe I'm a little bit under, so you get extra coffee. Amazing. To say thank you, I want you to think about the promise and the perils when you're undertaking citizen engagement, and good luck to you all in your endeavours. Thank you. Oh, do you want questions of some description?
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
Thank you,
I thought I
Roland.
could run away.
Thank you very, very much for this very interesting, brilliant presentation, I would say. As you mentioned, we are 10 minutes ahead of time, so I would give now the floor to the audience. Some questions. We have one there. Mary, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the talk. I'm here on behalf of WeCan, which is the umbrella organization of cancer umbrella organizations in Europe. One thing, I mean, all of this makes sense. However, what I feel is that, especially in the cancer mission, there is an assumption that civil society has an opinion and should have an opinion on cancer, whereas they're not affected by it that much as cancer patients themselves and the families. And so I wonder what your perspective is, especially in comparison to the other missions where everyone, is afraid of climate change and, there's a big opinion and people want to make a change. How is that different in cancer, in your opinion? And do you think that affected people should have a larger voice than just civil society that maybe know nothing about cancer, have not been affected?
That's a very big question, and I appreciate it very much. There are different roles, as I say, for different mechanisms for getting feedback and feed in. Some of it needs to be curated, especially if you have, what you don't want to do is pit different cancers against different cancers. So where let's say you put participatory budgeting in, and then it all turns a bit into the Hunger Games with like, oh, let's all go for this because we know about that and we don't care about that. That's where, going back to my psychology PhD, people's disgust mechanism comes into some of their choices, right? So you have to think about the behavioral logics underneath some of the things you're doing. I think that it is difficult. I wouldn't pitch them against each other because I think they're all equally as complex, and everyone has a hot take about everything. I can have a hot take about cancer, but I don't know enough about it, although I have 5 members of my friends and family who have died of cancer, so I'm very passionate about there being investment in missions, but I know nothing about their pathways. So how you curate the knowledge you need from citizens and lived experience is an art. And I think there's roles for advocacy organisations as well within that. It's really important that umbrella organisations can come together and represent these bodies of particular particular areas in cancer, and they say this. So I think there's a really important part of the whole ecosystem being able to reflect the different challenges. But I think that's why I'm saying the use of sortition is not advised in certain areas, because you might come out with strange, there's an example in the UK which has nothing to do with cancer, but where the BBC put out this, what should we call this enormous new Queen's liner, so they'd made some kind of big boat, and we want to call it the HMS David Attenborough. That's our suggestion. What's yours? And someone said Boaty McBoatface, and everyone in the whole population voted for Boaty McBoatface. So then the country was had to then go, but we don't want to call it Boaty McBoatface, and we're not going to call it Boaty McBoatface. What do we do? So they called it the HMS David Attenborough. Now, the problem with that is that they never really wanted to give that responsibility to the population. They thought that everyone would vote for David Attenborough, and they didn't. So how you think about when you're using these tools, what the potential outcomes might be of the tools, that's everything. It's all about the design of the mechanism. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you very much. Anita, that's our last question, and then we go for the break.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Anita. I work at the Austrian National Public Health Institute. I wanted to ask, what is your experience with applying some of the design or methods in different contextual, so in different countries where the landscape is different? And do you think that do you have any advice on how to still use these methods, but how to involve organizations or stakeholders in a way that they can then adapt them on a national level?
I think trying to keep the methods lean, so you don't need to over-complexify, that's not a word, some of these methods, but they're hard to do. So there's a difference between, are they costly or are they hard? Yes, they're hard, they don't have to be costly. I think that there's a really important piece in this work that you're doing, which is about nation-to-nation engagement. And that's what the MLE, I loved the MLE because it was about bringing people, not just to say, look at what we're doing. We went to see this incredible facility in Vienna, and we had members in the audience from Malta and from Greece where they were saying, we'll never have this money to invest it. So it's not about replicating this amazing venue, but it is about saying, can we come and hang out here? Or can you share? What can you share with us? There are things that you're doing here that have fundamental application to what I'm doing. So witnessing each other is really important. And then a baseline of skills. So really understanding some kind of handbook of what is it to do baseline citizen and community engagement. And that's maybe also where umbrella organizations can do some kind of cross-EU training programs. That's not for me to define, but I think there is a wonderful thing. It's not about alignment. It's about raising all boat faces to the same capacity, if you like.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roland. Sorry, we don't have more time for question. I ask you to please connect with Roland during the coffee break, which we are starting now. It's a 15 minutes coffee break. The networking room is just behind these walls. And I ask you to please be here sharply at 11. In the meantime, we will just change the display of the room. So if you can help and assist our technical team by moving to that area, we appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, and see you again in 13 minutes.
Hey, yo. I wanna love ya. Tisha, make all your dreams come true. Hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
Dzień dobry, witam.
Welcome back. Welcome, everyone.
And we are split into 3 groups, right? So you are in a plenary session. So if you wanted to be here, you're in the right place. And you remember this morning I was joking about the Warsaw skyline and the beautiful logo that the conference put together. So just to see if you had enough coffee, who has seen that building there? The one, I'll come closer. Have you seen this building? Okay, what about the other people? I'll ask this question again. Have you seen this building? Yes, yes. If not, more coffee, please. This is Palace of Culture and Science, Pałac Kultury i Nauki, and it's just there. You cannot miss it. It's a symbol. And I just remembered when I was a little girl and I went there with my mom, and we went, I think, to a show, and the audience was very loud. And I told my mom, oh, look, there might be science here, but there is no culture. So I was a clearly opinionated 5-year-old. Voila. So welcome back to this plenary session. And just to remind you, if you wanted to be somewhere else, there is a showcase station for citizens and patient engagement located in the exhibition hall. Lots of opportunities to see real-world examples of innovative projects and initiatives, and lots of patient representatives there. Also happening in parallel in workshop room 1, there is a pitch session of examples of citizens and patient engagement, and in workshop 2, photo voice method in citizen and patient engagement. And you can split your time between all these places. But for here is our big launch of the report, and I'll invite Hugo to give you more details about this session.
Thank you, Kasia. Thank you, Kasia. Indeed, I visited the building.
Very good. The observation deck?
No, just the ground floor where they were having a book fair, and it was really nice to see how, not just the different editors, and of course I couldn't read anything, but the environment around it. The people, the families. I had a coffee at the ground floor, just appreciating how, let's say, the Warsaw lifestyle is. And it's a very, very beautiful building, as the entire city, which I had the opportunity to visit. So now moving back to the script, thank you very much. We are now starting a highly anticipated moment in our program, which is the formal launch of the ECO European Cancer Pulse Country Report for Poland. As you know, setting the scene is the first step, and I would say a crucial step, to develop meaningful actions. This report that we are hearing here today for the first time offers a comprehensive overview of the current landscape of cancer care right here in Poland, making it a vital tool for cancer management and policy making, and of course for the action of the National Cancer Mission Hub that is now starting. In this session, we will delve into the Polish Cancer Plan, learn about the implementation of a national lung cancer screening program, and hear about the resolution to establish 2025 as the year for health, education, and prevention. We will also explore the importance of involving patients and citizens, as the topic of today, in defining cancer policies, ensuring better societal uptake, and ultimately better outcomes for all. To moderate this session, I have the pleasure to call on stage Florian Thiele from the European Observatory for Health Systems and Policies, a partnership hosted by WHO. Florian, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, let's see if this, seems to be working. Great. Thanks so much, Kasia. Thanks so much, Hugo, for the kind introduction and for having me and letting me moderate this, what's going to be a very, very interesting session. So first of all, I'm not sure I've seen the building, unfortunately, so there are only two options. Either I'm very ignorant or I've just not really properly discovered Warsaw, but I will make sure to keep my eyes open on the way to the train station this evening. So I won't miss it. Very well. Good. Thanks. So, warm welcome everyone from my end as well. As Hugo already kindly introduced me, I'm Florian Thiele. I'm with the European Observatory on Health Systems and Policies. Have met many of you in the recent months and years as we've been collaborating very closely with ECOS, with the ECO, the European Cancer Organization, obviously, and with many other of the entities and organizations in the room. Just without delving too much onto it, but we've been I would say supporting the network very much with a set of cancer policy dialogues that we've been running over the last 2 years or so. So this is also what brings us here, and this is why I'm so happy also to be part of this launch yesterday, today, of the overall fair event. And once again, thanks very much. Without much further ado, very excited to moderate this event and to be part of the launch of the report today. And I would like to call upon the first speakers to kick us off, starting with Norbert, please. Senator Agnieszka, please, and Piotr, please, to join me on stage. So, there you go. So the first speaker will be Norbert Kuepel, with the European Cancer Organization. Obviously, he will talk, is a policy research and EU projects manager there, and is going to present the European Cancer Roadmap to 2030. Under the title Time to Accelerate Together Against Cancer. The roadmap is the results of various inputs from a range of organizations. And importantly, Norbert will also establish the link between the roadmap recommendations and their applicability to the Polish context. So Norbert, please.
Thank you very much, Florian. Good morning, everybody. First of all, a big thank you for this invitation. Really honored to be here. Big thank you to the ECOS project and to the organizers of the Cancer Mission Fair. Obviously, the European Cancer Organization is really very honored to be part of this event and to be able to organize this session. And of course, also a big thank you to the National Oncology Institute, presenting here by Piotr, for the collaboration to organize this session. So indeed, we are here, as Florian and Hugo introduced, to present the Polish country reports from the European Cancer Pulse. But first of all, it's important to know which landscape we're evolving in. And so this first session is going to be very much about understanding about, of course, the politics and the strategy in Poland. And to start with, just to give a little bit of a European element to the session, just to say a little bit about who we are as an organization, the European Cancer Organization. So we are a non-profit federation of 41 member societies, mainly healthcare professional associations, and 21 patient advocacy groups. And so what we're doing as an organization is that we're working together to build consensus and achieve improvement in cancer care. Our mission is obviously to reduce the burden of cancer, and we are very committed to the principle of multidisciplinarity and multi-professionalism. That is, of course, echoing to some respect also the sort of ethos of the Cancer Mission Fair and of ECOS as well. So here, this is just a quick representation of who our members are. So you can see 41 organizations, all European, working on cancer care, mainly healthcare professional organizations, but also cancer leagues, cancer centers, and so really delighted and honored to be working with so many experts across the continent. We're also very happy, and this is a new thing, to have associate members who are also national organizations which we can work with when it comes to reducing the burden of cancer at different levels. And so also happy to have some of these members represented in the room when it comes to some national organizations. And of course, critical to everything that we do and very much reflected also by the program of the fair, patient representation is also really very much ingrained in the organization. And so we have these 21 patient advocacy groups, part of what we call our patient advisory committee. And of course, many colleagues from these groups are also here today. The work of the organization is very much structured in what we call focus topic networks that are multi-stakeholder platforms to look at agreeing policy and reviewing opportunities to collaborate as well. So you can see the sort of topics we're working on, and of course many colleagues here are part of some of these networks, some of them leading some of these networks as well. We have Piotr and Jacek here, and so you can see we're covering really a wide range of topics, which we will be covering for some during the session today. Prevention and screening, obviously very important, survivorship and quality of life, a right to be forgotten, that will be presented later as well. This being said, I think it's important to understand where we are and when and the moment that we are in as a community. I think we can all recognize that 2019 to 2024 has been a very special moment when it comes to cancer at European level. As Kasia was explaining earlier, we had both a cancer mission and a European cancer plan. And when we think back about 2019 was a time of open letters to the leadership of the Commission to do more on cancer. And then after this, in spite of COVID, we had the launch of a cancer plan and a cancer mission. So I think we need to acknowledge really that this has been a very special time. And of course, this is an important context to think about when we think about the work of national cancer mission hubs and also when we think about the next steps at European level. So what we think as an organization is that EU cancer policy is a success, and we need to tell that success story. Of course, there are things that need to be improved. Of course, we need to do more on certain things, but this is a success that needs to be told. When we think about it, the EU has world-leading legislation on cancer prevention. The EU has committed to HPV cancer elimination. Cancer screening is advancing, new projects, new pilots, new programs being implemented across the continent. And the right to be forgotten is slowly but steady progressing in more and more countries. In the meantime, it's not a done deal, it's not finished. A lot is happening at the moment. This is very much of an ongoing success story, and so we have a lot going on: the European Code Against Cancer, tobacco legislation, the new network of comprehensive cancer centers, which many of you are very much involved in as well, and hopefully also relating to ECOS in future, digital health, interspecialty cancer training. So a lot is also happening right now, and in the process of being called a success in the coming years. But at the same time, the story cannot stop here. We need to continue the work, and I think we're all agreeing on this. And a lot needs to be addressed because the world has changed since 2019 and 2020. Obviously, we had a pandemic. Obviously, cardiovascular health is also very important, and we need to relate to this. The pandemic has shown how much oncology workforce shortage is an issue in Europe, and we cannot avoid from facing that. And so our commitment as an organization is to advocate first to fulfill fully the vision of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, refresh it, new developments in science, in policy, in practice, and also expand it when it comes to a goal approach. We think that it's really important to have goals. A goal of setting up national cancer mission hubs, great goal. Other goals are also useful. We know it's difficult, but it has the merit of uniting everybody to get there. And of course, we cannot avoid talking about what's happening after 2027 in that respect. We know how the EU works. For most of you, you will know the EU budget is lasting until 2027, which means that everything we're talking about is financed up until then. What's happening after this is a topic for discussions at the moment. And so, of course, the discussions on what we call this EU multi-annual financial framework are very important for this community. And we believe that this community needs to be very much engaged and active in these discussions if we are to see cancer still being prioritized or being included in these priorities. So what can we do? We need to talk about this being a success. It's not perfect, but it's a success. And this is also the way to convince EU policymakers that they should keep investing in the field if they see that it's working. But national engagement is also crucial. And that's why being here in Poland for the launch of the first cancer mission hub, hearing about how much the hubs are also a platform for policy and for influence, this is very meaningful in that respect. And the next MFF is very much of an opportunity to have these discussions. So this is in that context that as an organization, we have developed this roadmap, Time to Accelerate Together Against Cancer, which is a roadmap of what our recommendations as a community, so not only as ECO, but really very much as a European cancer community, are for the next period. So this is representing input we have received from many organizations, and of course, we're inviting many of you to endorse the vision and keep progressing it. So again, the three key messages: complete the plan, refresh the plan, expand the plan. Very much the three verbs that we think should be our basis for advocacy and representations in that field. And just some selected recommendations in terms of what we think should be done. We need to complete the elimination of vaccine-preventable cancers. This is something we can do. We have a vaccine, it's working. In countries where the coverage is high, we see cancers being virtually eliminated. We need to do this across Europe, and we know Poland is a country that needs to progress in that respect. Early detection is very important. We have new recommendations now. We have a good tool. We need to implement the programs across countries. We need to look at early detection of other cancers as well. This is something we need to do more on. And the workforce crisis, very important. We really need to look at this and find solutions at European level. We know we cannot have an unlimited number of healthcare professionals. We need to find solutions to address this issue in the future. So just to finish, this is very much of a campaign that's happening across Europe. This session is part of this. So of course, very much reflecting some of these challenges in terms of the Polish landscape as well. You can here find a QR code for anybody who's wishing to do so to endorse the campaign. And you can see here the links of a roadmap. And so again, please share this vision with your community, with your networks, share the messages and engage with us to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Norbert, for kicking us off and for setting the scene. You already alluded to the Polish context, of course, and I mean, this is very natural now to learn more about the hosting country that we're in. So I'm very excited to invite now Senator Agnieszka Gogonje-Komor to please tell us about Poland's commitment. I've practiced to EU and national cancer policy, please. Agnieszka is a medical doctor and cardiologist by training, and importantly, member of the Health Committee in the Polish Senate. The Senate of the Republic has passed a resolution to make the year 2025 the year of health education and prevention, which we will hear about. So I very much invite you to take the floor, please.
Yes, I am a Polish doctor, not only Polish senator and politics, of course. And this is a good time to talk about cancer patient, I think. Dear guests, okay. Thank you for inviting me for this for an important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak here today on behalf of the Polish Parliament, a proud member of the European Union and a country deeply committed to the fight against cancer, I think. Cancer is one of the biggest health challenges in Europe. In Poland, it's the second leading cause of death. Every year, over 556 people out of 100,000 are diagnosed with cancer, and about 268 die from it. These numbers are high for us, for practice, for doctors, for politics. But they are not just numbers, they represent real people, real families, real loss. Poland is not standing still. We are acting with energy, with responsibility, and with European solidarity. Since 2020, we have implemented a national oncology strategy that runs until 2030. This plan is not just a document, it is a promise. It's a promise for our patients, a promise to invest in prevention, early detection, modern treatment, and patient-centered care. We have National Cancer Registry that helps us monitor trends and adjust policies. We also support public education about cancer risks, like smoking, poor diet and alcohol, obesity, and promise healthier lifestyles. Still, we face challenges. Too many cancers are diagnosed too late. Waiting times for diagnosis and treatment are still too long. And access to care can depend too much of where you live. To change this, Poland has created a national oncology network. This network connects the cancer centers across the country and improves coordination of care. But we know where we must go further. Our goal is simple. Equal access to quality cancer care, no matter where you live or who you are. We are proud to say that Poland has improved access to new cancer treatments and modern technologies. For example, we have 5.4 radiotherapy machines per 100,000 people, still below the European average, but improving. We are training more medical professionals and investing in oncology research. Prevention is key. We have launched national programs for lung cancer prevention, colorectal cancer screening, yet coverage rates for breast, cervical, and colorectal screening are still too low, between 11% and 54%. We are determined to raise these numbers. In closing, let me say this. Europe stands stronger when we fight together. Poland is proud to be part of the European fight against cancer. Our commitment is real, our work is ongoing, and our belief is clear, that together we can save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Agnieszka, for some very powerful messages that I think were well received across the room. I'm now excited to announce that we will hear about a concrete case study of citizen participation here in Poland. And for this, I invite Piotr Rutkowski, the head of the Department of Soft Tissue, Bone Sarcoma and Melanoma at the Marii Sklodowska Institute here in Warsaw. And he will present the upcoming National Oncology Portal as an example of citizen participation, and will also discuss the National Cancer Strategy 2020 through 2030. So, Piotr, I invite you, please.
Thank you for this kind invitation and introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you, European Cancer Organization, for preparing this European Cancer Pulse Polish report, because it's super important to compare the data, to compare where we are in oncological healthcare. We know how much we did recently about the quality assessment and to improvement, and also the involvement on citizens is super important. So I will present these 2 points regarding National Cancer Strategy and new tool for our citizens using National Oncology Portal, which will be launched officially in next Tuesday in Poland. So this is really a very good timing for discuss it. So overview of Poland National Cancer Strategy. Senator Gorgon Komor told a little bit about it. Of course, the reduced cancer incidence, and we had the recent data from National Cancer Registry. It has been started in Poland, but we had some decrease among males in the number of the cancer. We did a lot of enhanced early detection and treatment. I will tell about it. You will find, of course, in the report. Development of healthcare system, ensure equitable access, and promote research and innovation. So we have some target value. We'll check it, what has been achieved. We'll see, and as compared to observed value in 2016, especially cancer mortality. We have also every year the report of National Cancer Strategy looking at the 7 indicator cancers in Poland, which constitutes of over 50% of all cases of malignancies, which are more or less susceptible to effective primary or cancer risk factors.
Posiadamy czynniki ryzyka dla tych nowotworów, które zostały zapisane właśnie tutaj. Nie wiem, czy wskaźnik działa. Jeżeli te kółeczka znajdują się bardzo blisko środka okręgu, wtedy będzie oznaczało, że nasze wyniki są lepsze w stosunku do Unii Europejskiej średniej. Natomiast jeśli znajdują się dalej od środka, wtedy oznacza to, że mamy jeszcze wiele do zrobienia, czyli na przykład palenie tytoniu, picie alkoholu oraz nadwaga czy otyłość. Jeżeli podzielimy to na płeć, posiadamy dane oficjalne, które zostały zawarte w raporcie. Chodzi tutaj o poziom 17%, natomiast jeżeli policzymy to z wykorzystaniem nowych narzędzi, zobaczymy, że jakieś 26% w Polsce to pacjenci, którzy obecnie palą tytoń. W wieku młodszym wciąż posiadamy około 20% takich obywateli. Nadwaga oraz otyłość. Również posiadamy te wyniki na poziomie wyższym niż średnia Unii Europejskiej, chociaż procent mężczyzn jest powyżej, wyraźnie powyżej średniej europejskiej. Wprowadziliśmy również narzędzie fiskalne, jest to podatek cukrowy, jednak celem tego podatku cukrowego było zredukowanie spożycia niezdrowych napojów, a także alokacja przychodów na prewencję oraz leczenie, natomiast do tej pory nie okazuje się to specjalnie skuteczne. Kluczowe obecne inicjatywy prewencyjne w stosunku do nowotworów, krajowe programy przesiewowe, posiadamy do wszystkich tych programów dostęp, na razie z wyjątkiem testu na krew ukrytą w próbce kału. Oprócz tego krajowa linia dla palących, wciąż niedostępna dla młodych dzieci oraz młodych dorosłych. Oprócz tego w naszym instytucie posiadamy zadanie polegające na koordynacji badań przesiewowych w kierunku raka szyjki macicy i raka piersi. 3 programy obecnie są realizowane. 3 programy przesiewowe i one, na przykład program raka płuc, zaczyna się ponownie w Polsce w najbliższym czasie. Mamografia, cytologia oraz kolonoskopia.
Fully available according to WHO recommendations, also the age limits. However, you see that the percentage of using these screening programs has been decreased because after 2016 the individual invitation has been quitted, and this means that still we really didn't regain the good results. However, we hope that now we have digital mammographies and also this new HPV DNA testing, so we have a lot of potential how to increase the population coverage for that. This is for cervical cancer. We are monitoring this. The problem with cervical cancer is also that several women are using the private cytology or HPV DNA testing, which are not calculated officially. So our calculation, according to our reports, are about 50%, but of course we have to report what is only in the official screening programs. And colorectal prevention, colonoscopy is fully available. However, now we are working on implementation of FIT tests for colorectal prevention because it's much better accepted by the society. And lung cancer screening program, it has been performed as a kind of the pilot, and now we want to launch the program this year. Again, the rules are, but Professor here probably will comment later about it. And this HPV nationwide vaccination program, which has been started more than 1 year ago, and but still we have about 17-18% of the children and adolescents vaccinated. And the campaign and plan for a long life, which is ongoing. Also, national quit line and other initiatives supporting tobacco prevention and also support for cancer prevention, including also in some prevention programs for general practitioners. This is potential for cancer prevention. So online patient account as a kind of the application which we can use every day. This is used for prescription, for other measures for your normal healthcare, but still we have a lot of potential for cancer prevention and new school subjects, which will be introduced this year at the beginning of 2025-2026 school year. We hope that it will provide opportunity to improve public awareness, but it will be unfortunately not obligatory in the schools. And National Cancer Portal, which will be launched next Tuesday, 27. I think that this will be kind of the source for the reliable knowledge about the oncology, about cancer, about prevention, about everything. So we are covering a lot of points for our patients and also the information about the patient organization. However, everything is collected in one place, so we have some intuitive interface, up-to-date information and patient support, and including National Oncological Strategy, the system, and of course the targets are cancer patients, but also the normal citizens and medical professionals. So there are several parts for this portal. So including the National Oncological Strategy, the Cancer Compendium for the patients, and here is for professionals, diagnostic and therapeutic guidelines, and reports, patient and their relatives. So there are some podcasts and the structure about the suspecting cancer, diagnosis, treatment, palliative care, psychological assistance, and also the social welfare and legal aid. And of course, prevention, which is one of the most important parts, including what is covered in prevention in Poland, and also how to improve your lifestyle, and clinical trials in terms of the research and innovation. And you see some podcasts, some animations here, how to talk about cancer with family and friends, and future directions. From our side, first, expanding prevention programs, including anti-tobacco initiatives, which should be also strengthened on the European Union level, strengthening UV-related cancer prevention program, HPV vaccination, screening efforts, low-dose CT for lung cancer, and also this FIT for colorectal, and also more accessible screening options, including mobile screening units for rural areas, addressing regional disparities, focusing on research and innovation, which improved a lot during last years in Poland. We are one of the leading countries in the clinical trials, and also some in digital technologies, and strengthening public awareness, including new tools for targeting younger demographics, minority groups, and of course broader education programs in the school and digital platforms. And at the end, I would like to invite you. It's Polish presidency in EU, so the next Tuesday also, together with launching National Oncological Portal, we have first European Summit on Cancer Prevention and Control, organized together with Minister of Health of Republic of Poland, but also the honorary patronage of Royal Danish Embassy, and also with Minister of Health of Cyprus, because Denmark and Cyprus will be the next presidency. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, ECHO.
Thank you very much, Piotr, for walking us through those slides and really giving, I think, an excellent insight into the cancer landscape in Poland. Much appreciated. And thanks to all three speakers for, I think, really good keynotes, kicking us off, and also for keeping to time. That's much appreciated. So another round of applause, please, to the speakers. And now I'd like to invite the second panel to join me on stage. So Juliana, please. Françoise, Witold, Agatha, and Patricia, please come join me. I think we'll need another chair. Yeah, thanks everyone. Just a quick note on housekeeping in case you haven't been able to see in the agenda. So we will leave time towards the end of the panel for questions. Right now we'll have 5 quick interventions, and then there will be time for the audience to come in with questions. First of all, for now, it's my pleasure to invite Juliana Desa from the European Cancer Organization to launch the European Cancer Pulse Country Report Poland. Juliana, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Florian. Good morning, everyone. So now it's my honor to officially present the European Cancer Pulse Country Report for Poland. And before I start the presentation of the report, I would like to thank the National Institute for Research in Poland because we developed this report closely with them. So without them, the result wouldn't be so good as it is. So thank you so much for all the colleagues involved in the report. And also before I start entering the findings, I would like to context a bit where this report fits in our broader work. So we know that large inequality exists when we look at the cancer continuum across countries and also social groups. And we also know that timely data is crucial to activate policy-making action. Meanwhile, we also know that unfortunately data from the multiple stakeholders and also initiatives is not always direct accessible for policymakers, and that can drive to evidence gaps that can then drive to implementation gaps when we talk about health policies and in particular cancer policies. And recognizing this challenge that I just mentioned, we developed the European Cancer Pulse. It's basically an interactive data visualization tool that we use to track inequalities in cancer. And in just one place, we can have together data intelligence across all EU and non-EU EU European countries from all areas of the cancer pathway and cancer policies and all determinants of inequalities. So this amazing tool has 3 big roles. The first one, to provide easy and public access information on data intelligence on cancer inequalities. The second one is to amplify the data and initiatives from across the cancer community. And also I will stop here in this goal of our pulse because it's also a message to all of you here in the room. There's a specific section in our platform that allow you also to submit data. So if you have relevant data on tracking cancer inequalities, you can also do it. Of course, that afterwards our team will work with the data that you provide, but this is a live platform that we want contribution to everyone to make it most useful as possible. And the ultimate goal is to foster political intention and allow policymakers to, in a very easy way, to find how the countries are performing in terms of cancer inequalities. We are very proud that right now the tool already covers more than 280 data measurements right now in 50 countries. Here is the website. Of course, that after our session, we invite you to explore it, to use it in our daily work, in our outreach with policymakers, but also with other stakeholders. It's, as I was saying, a live platform. It's always evolving, so be part of it. So as a result of the platform, we started developing last year the country reports that we'll be launching today, the Polish one. And these country reports are basically national fact sheets where we extract key data from the European Cancer Pulse tool. Today we'll be launching the Polish one. It's our 10th country report. So if you access our website, you already can see the previous 9 country reports. We use this report as an important tool in our Time to Accelerate campaign that my colleague Norbert also already presented to you. And as I highlighted in the beginning, for the European Cancer Organization, it's very important that we develop these country reports together with local and national stakeholders, so we make sure that we are using the most up-to-date data and that there's a value in the report. I will now, going through the different findings of the report, I won't enter too much into detail because I believe that it's good if after the presentation we have more time and opportunity to discuss with the different experts and with our amazing panel, so also we can see beyond the numbers and beyond the findings what's the reasons behind. So I will start going through the different findings. As also the Senator Agnieszka mentioned, indeed cancer is still the second cause of death in Poland, so it's a challenge for the country. When we look in particular to cancer mortality, we see that the cancer mortality remains higher than the EU average, but also it's very important for us to highlight in the report the amazing 10 years national oncology strategy, as Piotr presented. It's in the international benchmarking is one of the best national cancer control plans, so it's important that here we also acknowledge that, and also that Poland has a cancer national registry. Cancer prevention was already mentioned here today from our different speakers, and when we analyze the findings, it's clear that there's a need to advance health promotion. The speakers already talk about smoking, about alcohol consumption, about obesity. In particular, when we look on alcohol consumption and obesity, we see that Poland is still performing worse than the EU average, so this represents a challenge that we all together need to address. And also an important section of the report is the HPV vaccination. In Poland gave a big and important step on having gender-neutral HPV vaccination for both girls and boys. But when we look at the HPV immunization coverage as of this month, May 2025, we see that the immunization coverage is still far from achieving the EU goal of 90% of girls vaccinated. Screening was already mentioned, is a very important topic for our session. For the targeted population for breast cancer, cervical cancer, and colorectal cancer, the screening rates are below the EU average. So we have here a specific challenge of participation gaps to address. But it's also important to acknowledge in the report that Poland has important efforts being made in policy. We'll have the opportunity also to discuss with our speaker, Professor Wiltord, but Poland is one of the few countries in Europe that indeed has a lung cancer national program. So we should also acknowledge that effort. When we talk about workforce, this is also a specific one relevant for our national context here in Poland, because Poland is indeed one of the countries with the lowest density of healthcare professionals. So this also represents a big challenge for us to address. And looking at the quality of life and inequalities, I won't go now through all of the different indicators. We have the report with you. It's also on our website. I'll just like to highlight, also because I have here with us Dr. Monier that will speak more about it, the fact that Poland still doesn't have a legal framework for the right to be forgotten. And in particular, this makes that cancer survivors face discrimination when they try to access to financial services. So this is also, we see as a priority, as an important section of our report. So the report is launched. Thank you so much for coming here. I also would like to invite you to see the second page of the report, because this time, for the first time, we have experts commenting on the results, so we can also not just look to the findings, but also have the context on why this is happening, and hear from the national experts that are on the field and know exactly what are the challenges and the solutions to address them. Use this report as a tool. Also, after our session, we are delighted to speak with you, to also for if our people here from another countries, this is an initiative that we are doing and expanding all the time. So thank you so much. And now I believe that we can discuss the report with our amazing panel. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Juliana. And congratulations again to Norbert, yourself, your team for launching the report. And for everyone who hasn't had a chance yet to get their hands on the report, I think there are still some printouts available, so make sure to grab one on the way out and study the situation in Poland. So now we are thrilled to move to the panel. Again, very warm welcome to the experts with us. I would like, well, first of all, to build, of course, on the report and some of the findings that we just heard, and start off with Dr. Françoise Meunier, who is the founder of the Ending Discrimination Against Cancer Survivors Initiative. And Dr. Françoise, we've just heard that in Poland, unfortunately, the legal framework for the right to be forgotten for cancer survivors is lacking at the moment. My question would be, what do you see as main challenges, opportunities, risks also in a country like Poland, but also in others where such a legal framework doesn't exist yet, and how can it potentially be taken forward in the current status?
I think it's an important step forward with having this cancer pulse, which can stimulate the solution. And this problem of access to financial service is a challenge because there are more and more cancer survivors. We have made tremendous progress in the last 20 years. And so those people to whom we say you are cured are coming back facing challenge and difficulty to get a loan, a mortgage, to buy their apartment, and so on. And it's a problem, but it's something that can be quickly fixed with an easy solution, because we have the right to be forgotten existing in 9 member states. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to have the political will to create this legal framework, just mimicking what is currently existing in France since 2016, so it's almost 10 years. And this system is effective and working and can benefit. And it's important, particularly for the young, when you have had childhood cancer or testis cancer or small breast cancer when you are very young. That is really the targeted population. We do not target with the right to be forgotten people who are more than 60, because it's not after 60-year-old that you buy your apartment and so on. It's really the young, the child and young adults which are targeted by this right to be forgotten. And we know it's effective. And we also stress the importance of having exception. In the general framework, we aim at 5 years after the end of treatment. 5 years without relapse means that normally you should have regular, normal access to your financial service. But there is a very important characteristic as well, is the existence of grids, exceptional grids, for cancer of much better prognosis. For example, very small melanoma or a very small thyroid cancer, where there is need perhaps for 1 year delay or no delay at all. In France, for some cancer, particularly breast cancer, there is no more a delay after the end of treatment for early stage cancer. So there is example in Europe, and we are in Europe, and I really strongly believe that all EU citizens should benefit for the same progress and same access. And it's not a question of compassion, it is a question of human rights. It's a human right of a citizen who have gone through an ordeal, to have gone through the anxiety and the fear of death, who has successfully managed to be treated, to be, after all, treated fairly by the society. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Françoise. And I really like those points about, well, the cross-country learning, obviously. And I mean, it sounds like a platitude sometimes, not having about to reinvent the wheel, but it's very true. So why not leverage on what other countries have been doing well, or maybe not so well, and learn from that, and also really highlighting again what the main target groups are. So thank you very much for those introducing words. I'd now like to move over to Professor Witold Gyman, Head of Thoracic Surgery at the Medical University of Gdansk, and referring to another point that Juliana introduced us to during the presentation, namely the National Lung Cancer Program that we've heard is running in Poland, and you were an essential part in supporting it or making sure that it is there where we can see it already. So my question would be now, can you elaborate a little bit on the process, please, on what you've been experiencing in Poland, where we are with the program, what the challenges are, and some outlooks as well?
First, thank you very much for inviting me. Congratulations for pronouncing my name properly. It's very rare. Thank you for that. First of all, I'm very happy that we are no longer discussing if it's worth to implement lung cancer screening, but we are talking how to implement it, and this is the most important thing. What happened since 2008? Because in Poland we started to lung cancer screening already in 2008, and between 2008 and 2018, 70,000 people were screened in 4 independent sites in Poland. And what is important, one of the first who started was the former Speaker of Senate, Professor Grodzki, who started in Szczecin the first, actually, lung cancer screening program. But based on this experience, we gathered the people from multidisciplinary team of all specialties that are dealing with lung cancer, and we edited the consensus statement of lung cancer screening, so how to implement lung cancer screening in Poland and our situation. And that was the basis, of course, to start negotiations, or actually negotiations with Ministry of Health, how to implement lung cancer screening. That was in 2018, and we decided that we will do it stepwise. So first we introduced a pilot program to make a basis for the nationwide implementation. So this pilot program started in 2020 and ended up in 2023, in December. Together, 19,500 people were screened with 3 rounds of screening. This program was addressed to the population of heavy smokers with a history of more than 20 years, in the age of 55 to 74. This program covered all Poland. The Poland is divided into 6 macro regions. In each macro region, the 1 leading institutions was chosen. Each leading institutions had to sign a contract with several radiological departments to cover the whole macro region, and with family doctors. And that was very important, of course. The idea was as such that you can perform the CT anywhere in any radiological department, but decision-making concerning the invasive treatment or invasive diagnostics were undertaken in these leading institutions. Because they had multidisciplinary teams. So finally, as I told you, nearly 20,000 people were screened, 1.8% the detection rate, and there was more than 350 individuals with lung cancer, 66% of them in very early stage. So the next step should be the nationwide implementation that was scheduled for 2025, the January. But what we've learned from the pilot program were 2 most important things. The first one, that we cannot implement the successful lung cancer screening program without strong participation of the primary care physicians. This is most important rule, because if we want to have uptake more than 50% of eligible population that guarantee the success means the reduction of mortality, then they have be the part of this program. And the second one was that we have used the standardized method of assessment of radiological images, and that we did through the software that was obligatory in all sites. And that was 2 important learnings, and now we have to implement it. As I told you, it was scheduled for the beginning of 2025. Due to several issues, it was postponed a little bit, but the program is ready under the auspices of the National Cancer Institute in Poland. We prepared the project, and the project was sent to Ministry of Health some time ago, I think 3 months ago. Now it's in the Agency of Technology Assessment. So I hope it will go very fast, because also Ministry of Health is also strongly they wanted strongly to implement it. So I hope it will come within a few months. This is it.
Thank you very much, Professor Witold. And I would reckon that similarly to what we talked about, the right to be forgotten, once you have lessons to share from Poland internationally, there will be great interest also to hear how things have been taken up in Poland and how the program was implemented, and learn from the success. I'd now like to move over to Agata Polinska, please, who is the Vice President of the Olivia Cancer Foundation, and who has been doing very great work on patient engagement and patient responsiveness and perspective. Agata, would you be able to share a little bit on your work, on your main findings, and also on what are the main priorities when it comes to patient engagement in Poland at the moment?
Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me a chance to speak to such a great auditory. Let me comment in few sentences the report that was presented, because I think it will be a good start. There was a lot said already, but maybe I will start with the fact that we have a lower incidence in Poland and higher mortality, which clearly shows that we have some problems with cancer prevention and care, and therefore we have many challenges. For example, this problem with gathering comprehensive data about cervical screening, I think this is a challenge to be addressed. We need to have comprehensive data from public and private sector to be able to plan a strategy to increase the screening rates. Without proper data, it's difficult to plan proper movements. So probably it's one of the challenges. For sure, we also need better health education, and preferably since the early childhood. And Olivia Cancer Foundation was engaged in the campaign to force health lessons in schools, but unfortunately, due to some political reasons, it will not be compulsory. It will be, it will be obligatory and will start next year. We hope with time maybe it can change, because when we educate society from early childhood about healthy lifestyles, probably we will have more healthy society. As I said, our prevention efforts, they need strategy, clear and effective strategy, because it doesn't exist till now, such strategy in Poland, and responsibility for this area is dissolved among many stakeholders, which is problematic when it comes to assessing the results and planning forward movements. The European Cancer Pulse country report underlines prevention and early detection, but final outcomes come also from diagnostic and treatment process, which is mentioned in the report as a number of radiotherapy equipment and workforce. I want to refer to this process of diagnostic and treatment from patient's perspective. In February this year, we published a report on cancer diagnostic and treatment with special attention to waiting times. The report was based on surveys made with more than 600 patients. 1/3 of surveyed patients waited more than 3 months for the diagnosis since reporting first the symptoms to the doctors. 20% of the responders were waiting between 3 and 6 months, and 18% more than 6 months. Moreover, access to treatment is also too much delayed. 36% of surveyed patients diagnosed in 2024, which means that it was after pandemic time, waited for the treatment more than 3 months since the diagnosis was made. So if you cumulate those waiting times, it becomes really scary. I'm cancer patient since 2007, and I know how it feels to wait in such situation. It's really terrifying. It's really scary because your cancer is growing every day. It's not waiting. it's like going further and further in your body, and it may appear that those waiting times moved you from the early stage to the late stage of your disease, which is incurable. Also, access to modern therapies is not sufficient. Alivia Cancer Foundation, since 7 years, is constantly monitoring access to therapies recommended by ESMO and registered by EMA in the last 15 years. We do this through our project, which is called OncoIndex. You may Google it. It's available in English. I encourage you. And currently in Poland, the OncoIndex is 15 points. It's much better than when we started in 2017, when it was 27 points. On the scale from 0 to 100, when 100 means that all therapies mentioned in ESMO guidelines are reimbursed in the public system. As for today, out of 158 analyzed therapies, 49 are not reimbursed, and 55 are reimbursed with restrictions in comparison to ESMO guidelines. So timely and up-to-date and monitored cancer care should be a priority for decision makers. It's important to notice that this year the National Cancer Network was launched in Poland, but some tools like electronic cancer medical records are still not implemented, and without them, the proper monitoring of the diagnostic and treatment process is impossible. We hope that those challenges will be met soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Agata, and also for very clearly pointing out what some of the problems are, but also what some opportunities and solutions could be going forward. We still have a little bit of time, so it's my pleasure now to introduce Patricia Jiu-Jitsu Zayans. There was a difficult one. She's advisor at the Institute of Patient Rights and Health Education here in Warsaw. And with you, I would like to talk about HPV vaccination, cervical cancer here in Poland, on which we also learned a little bit in the country report. So we've heard that Poland has made really good success, really good steps forward when it comes to implementing a national cervical cancer screening program, when it comes to gender-neutral HPV vaccination. At the same time, we've just seen that the rates are still pretty much below EU average and what the country is aiming for. So could you elaborate just a little bit, please, on what some reasons for this below average might be, and also what some approaches are to increase the rates?
Thank you. Yes, I think, the hot topic, because there's many information about HPV today, so I trying to do not repeat the same information. But when we're talking about HPV, I would like to share one insight that we thought in our survey we conducted last year. The survey was Poland and Disease and Health, and we asked Poles which disease they fear the most. And cancer was the #1 of health worry. 62% of people naming cancer, this is their top fear. What's more, this fear was consistent across gender, age group, and places of residence. This fear is real. Cancer is still second killer in Poland, so it's not very surprised. And this is why we started to think in institution of patient rights and ask for key question. Why there is a such gap between fears of cancer and actual prevention VCR, for example, of HPV. So we prepared a second survey. This survey was only focused on HPV, and we base our survey on this insight of cancer fear. So we asked people if they had the opportunity to get vaccinated against cancer, would you do it? 84% of people said yes. So then we asked them, would you get the HPV vaccine? This time only 46% said yes. So the conclusion of this a little part of this report was that people don't know that HPV vaccine is in fact cancer prevention vaccine. They don't understand. They have a very basic awareness about vaccine, about HPV, and prevention of cervical cancer and other cancer which can be connected with HPV. So our idea for changing this year in Poland is to have strong voice and connection between vaccine and cancer, because people in Poland don't know that this is this connection. So we know in medical point of view, maybe it's not very good to link this HPV with cancer, but when we have a communication space and we have a 3 seconds to give people reason to believe why they need to vaccinate, we need to have a quick and very impact reason, and preventable before cancer is this reason. And its work, we don't know. We started to talking about this HPV vaccination 1 year ago, and Ministry of Health do it the same. So the media and other organizations have the same voice when we're talking about HPV. But you know, the changing of people awareness is not 1 month or 2, it's about 3 years. So I think we can see this result maybe for 2 or 3 years. But still, I think we need to have the strong communication and building this information, because still people don't know anything about vaccination, about HPV, and don't connect it with cancer. So what we do with that in our institute, we engage patient organization, teachers, teens, families, and talking about this subject in form of roundtables. Now we're finishing a roadmap for Poland, what you can find, I hope so, in other month, some our conclusion and recommendation how to provide HPV in next few years. And of course, we have a program, but this program is very young. We have only 2 years, so this is a very big step. We have a school on board now. We have a girls and boys from the beginning of the program. But as always, we can do more and more. So I think the 3 things is crucial to rise this year of HPV. First is education, of course, because everybody know people who never heard anything about HPV still in Poland. And maybe it's a surprise for us, because we're thinking that there's many information in mass media about it, but only maybe we thinking about it in this way. The second is border access to vaccinate, and our recommendation and recommendation of many experts is to border a program for other ages, to all teenagers from 9 to 18. And like there was told here, access to data, which is crucial for prepare proper activities for other person and people. So Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. So very much a question about health messaging, health education, health literacy. Well, looking forward to your roadmap as well that you're developing. So now, thanks very much again for those really good interventions. I would like to open the floor to questions from the group. So if anyone would like to raise a point to the panel here, would like to make a statement, please, now it's the time to come in. I'm trying to see if there are any hands up. Or if everyone is a bit shy at the moment. Hugo, you would have like some, please. You even have a microphone already.
I can start just to break the ice. Really impressed me, and I will include also the panelists from the first half of the session, the educational program that was created on health, not just health literacy, health prevention, they call it. But unfortunately, it's just optional and not mandatory. What would be needed to make it more, mandatory? Is this more like a pilot and maybe think about it, evidence-based? What could be done to make it? And this, I think it would also be a very good example for other countries to do it. So.
We know that the success where prevention is usually related to the education. We strongly believe of physicians are the persons involved in the cancer programs that it should be obligatory, because some actions which has been done on the schools works. I'm, for example, involved in melanoma, and we worked for years with the sanitary inspectorate from Poland, and they learned they have connected with the teachers, and more than 1 million pupils were educated about melanoma, and we see the results. We see the results of it. Was not obligatory, but it was done by some on the basement of some enthusiasm, etc. But of course, if it's something prepared by Ministry of Education and should be implemented as a new school program, this is much more difficult because it's a political issue, what probably the senator can comment. And there are some points, including also the, let's say, reproductory part, which can be thought as something which some children couldn't be exposed, etc. So it's very strange situation, because it's this program for prevention and education and healthcare education is very well prepared. It has been prepared by last 2 years by many stakeholders, but many parts. Of course, oncology is only one part for that. So I do not think that it's controversial at all. But still, I think that it's at least a good step that it appear in the school. So this is first step. I think that if it start, we can see that it's not something danger, that it can be helpful, and some of the children can be very satisfied of it. So I think that maybe next year it will be another step, that it can be a normal school part of the school as a lesson, obligatory lesson. So this is what I can see. We strongly believe that education from the schools is crucial, because it's also implements some ideas to the families, and that's all.
It's for us main challenge, but now is a very difficult time, political time in Poland, I think. Polish Senate resents the declaration of 2025 is the year of health education and prevention, and now it's all, but this is a very important challenge for political, and but now is a very difficult time to tell about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm jealous about it, but Norbert has now a question as well.
No, thank you. I mean, first of all, just to reflect on the previous comment about this education program. Of course, it's not mandatory yet, but I think very much echoing the fact it's the first step. I'm not sure in how many countries we have actually a school program on health education. In Europe, I'm not sure many. Maybe Florian, you know.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't think that it's a bad thing that it's only optional, but at least it's there. In many school systems, it doesn't exist at all. So I really think it's more a success than anything.
So also thinking about cross-country learning, I think it could be also a good example of also learning from a pilot in Poland, maybe trying to implement this in more countries. But also trying to connect sort of the two sessions. Of course, we're talking about the political context initially and how the Beating Cancer Plan is pertinent. And then it's a question for you, Witold, in terms of the lung cancer prevention program in Poland. And of course, it's great to hear that it's progressing. Of course, as we are all aware, there's an ongoing EU-funded project on lung cancer screening called SOLAS that is also up and running. And I also wanted to ask you, from a Polish perspective, how is this sort of European effort important in terms of generating a bit of a momentum to go further on lung cancer prevention in Poland? And how is it important for you that this sort of EU push continues in the future?
If we look backward to 2023, we waited, I mean all people involved in lung cancer screening, we waited for EU Commission statement that finally came, and we were disappointed, but finally, after 2 years, we appreciated that it was released anyhow. That was a very important issue. In Poland, when we started to talk about lung cancer screening, one of the most important remark of in the Ministry of Health was the question, so why should we start lung cancer screening when WHO has not released any statement about that, has not released any guidelines, anything. And it happens now because we started to prepare WHO statement now, Handbook of Lung Cancer Screening, just 2 months ago, but that's too late. I mean, we needed it very much before. So I think also the other countries that are thinking about implementing, they are waiting for such initiatives. But when I want to just also address a few things about that, what you were talking about, of course, it should be started in the very young childhood. I mean, from 10 probably, such a intervention should be proposed to intelligent intervention from the school, in the school. And we have to think about one thing. When we are talking about smoking, this is the main reason of lung cancer, but not only of lung cancer. There's also the reason of a number of other diseases, number of other cancers, of all most important diseases. I mean, the main killers in the current days. So CVD, diabetes, COPD, and cancer. And actually, if you start the education about smoking, for example, also obesity, also lack of movement, about alcohol, then you actually act on the several most important diseases in the world.
Very important point there as well. I think there is a question in the room. Perfect. So we have time for one more. I'm not seeing who it is, but please do. Here we go. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rachel Giles. I'm a cancer patient advocate. My question is really that with regard to the HPV and the smoking interventions, which were fascinating, I'm curious what the attack is or what the approach is for stigma in with regard to these cancers. Is that a substantial problem in Poland, and how are there creative ways to go about that?
Well, the stigma is a very important issue in the lung cancer, of course. And this is one of the most important that impacted very much the uptake, because a lot of people doesn't want to be screened because of the stigma mainly. So this is an important issue, not resolved in any country up to now. They are working hard, especially in the United States, to reduce it, but it's still present. So there are different options that you can use. For example, in Great Britain, they started with a lung cancer screening program, just naming it lung health check, just not talking about cancer. And that's they thought that it will influence also on the uptake because the people will not be so stigmatized in this way, and so on and so on. But we don't have really good tools to fight the stigma.
Maybe I add a little about HPV. Yes, in Poland we have a problem with sex generally. So every time when we're talking about this kind of HPV connection with sexual transmission, we have a problem with connection with this taboo. So people which are infected sometimes yes, they have a problem with communicated widely because they don't want to be thinking about they do it something wrong. But we trying again in institute to build real faces of this disease and talking about other possibility of transmission of infection. And one of the project we would like to change this stigma problem is face of HPV. The testimonials of real patient who has cervical cancer and other cancer connection with HPV. We have planned to launch it in maybe September or October because we would like to show the public awareness, public opinion to people who are stand with this problem. So yes, we have problem, but I hope that when we will talking about it in empathy, with a proper way, we can manage with that.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for those concluding words. I think they were really just spot on. Unfortunately, we do need to close now. I think it was an excellent panel. Thank you very much for being with us today. So another round of applause. I invite Kasia to close the session. 1 more minute, please.
Don't
and
go.
the panel, please stay here. We take a group photo.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the 2 panels rich sessions, so 2 in 1. And if you allow me just to comment maybe from the Commission perspective that I agree the cancer recommendation that you referred to from 2002 was really a groundbreaking, was a great example of the work in the mission because it combined the research results, brought it to the policy level, and then provided funding to fund innovative screening therapies, innovative screening methods, and also public health campaigns to bring both the research and public health instruments that we have. And we were a lot talking about the social acceptance of certain measures, right? That's the key point you made there at the end, but also for colorectal and colorectal cancer screening. This is a huge issue, and always when we fund research, the excellence in science, we also encourage to combine it with social science and humanities research, right? Because you can have the most amazing invention, but if it does not land well in the target population, it will not be money well invested. So also thanks to from me for this very insightful sets of presentations. I've learned a lot, and I will take it with me back to Brussels as I'll be leaving this afternoon. But my colleague Kay from the Cancer Mission Secretariat is staying here until the end of the conference tomorrow. And now we'll be breaking for lunch, but after your photo, Florian, right? Okay, so we are meeting here again at 1:30. Smacznego.
Now you go to... our valuable conversations. We are now moving into the afternoon session, but before, I want to remind you that our activities in workshop 1 and 2 rooms will continue, so please do not miss the opportunity to go there and learn from practical examples. I also ask you to pass by our booth and the initiatives that are here in the main hall, which have some quite interesting examples to see. So, we begin our session with a compelling lecture focusing on real-world example of citizens' engagement within the City Cancer Challenge. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Isabel Mestres. She is the CEO of the City Cancer Challenge Foundation, an inspiring initiative promoted by the Union for International Cancer Control to support cities around the world as they work to improve access to equitable and quality cancer care. We will learn that this initiative had an initial focus on low and middle income countries, and now is about to expand towards high income as well. Isabel, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. The pointer, yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? That's always the fear. Okay, so I'm Isabel Mestres, and I would like to first of all thank ECOS and the team for inviting me here to share our experience. I hope that with this presentation, I give you ideas and inspire you to use some of our know-how, what we've learned over the last 7 years, to take it to European cities. So with that, I don't know do I have my slides? Yeah, okay, perfect. So where you live and who you are shouldn't determine the quality of cancer care you receive. This is my mantra. This is what brings me so engaged with the project I'm leading. So let me explain you a bit back where everything started. So I was working at the Union for International Cancer Control, and we've seen over the last 20 years massive advance in cancer care, in diagnostics, in treatment, but very little of that was reaching low resource settings. So what was happening? At the global level, you are all familiar that less than 2% of ODA is going to NCDs. If we go to cancer, I think it goes to 1%. So most of the countries in low and middle income countries were focused on communicable diseases. That means prevention and primary health care. So very little of those systems have been tackling care. And we will realize there's a massive gap on how to address cancer care. We have evidence from high-income countries, but the interventions of, for example, Switzerland, with an annual budget per person for health of 10,000 euros, approx, is not transferable to Kenya with an annual budget of $40 per person. So how we work with countries, LMICs, to actually build that capacity of cancer care? That was the first question. The second question, or what we were seeing, is a lot of silos interventions. Screening. You know, we know in high-income country how important is screening. But the problem in this context, and I'm sure I'm not very familiar with Europe yet. The problem, I'm familiar as a patient, no? But the problem in these countries with screening is that it's something very foundable by donors. Because think about the donors, they're always looking for numbers. How many people or how many kids have been vaccinated? For cancer, this is it's a new world for us. We cannot give these numbers. So screening is perfect for donors. Number of women screened, number of suspicious cases. Perfect, good for the reports. The challenge in these countries, when you start screening women, there's nothing after. There is no referral pathways, there is no access to diagnostic, there is no access to treatment. So what has happened in many of these countries, and this is something that happened in Jordan when King Hussein Cancer Center, which is a great hospital, they started looking for those patients before the hospital was ready. They had to stop the program. It was immoral. Once they set up the Cancer Hussein Center with all the services, then they went to screening. But donors keep pushing on their priorities. And that's a big issue for low resource setting. It's so donor driven. Well, we are in another era now, but it's been donor driven and not always is what is needed at local level. So we needed to see how do we bring cancer care to those contexts. Health systems were not ready. They're not ready for cancer care. And there was this silo approach. Equally, technology. I'm sure you've been in those countries and you've seen that there is SPED cities, incredible technology sitting in corners with dust. And the best use of that technology, and this is true, is the box. The box where that machine arrives into that hospital is the desk where the nurse is receiving the patients. Because it's so fancy and sexy to send and donate a machine, but what about the workforce? What about the out-of-pocket? What about the quality, which is like a non-negotiable in cancer? All of that is forgotten. So this is the white paper me and the team had 8 years ago, how we solve this. So that's what I'm going to tell you today, because now we have the answer, we've tested, and it works. So yeah, sorry, this is new slides from my comms team, and they asked me today to test them, and I'm not familiar with them. But they were very eager to test them here. So here, we're strengthening, so, sorry, these comms people. Yeah, follow me. So basically, what we said is health systems, traditionally from a cancer perspective is national. Yeah, that's where I came into global health, like, no, this is a national priority. You need to work with the national governments. But the health system, you need to touch the health system. What does it mean, the health system? So I'll come back here. So if you see a health system, a patient doesn't navigate in a country, okay? A patient navigates in an ecosystem, from the primary, secondary, tertiary, and then in this ecosystem you have the reimbursement system, you have the university that is feeding the workforce, you have the civil society, you have the patient groups. This ecosystem is the health system. What's the minimum viable product of a health system? For cancer, a city. In a city, you see everything in a smaller scale. Because let me tell you, traditional approach of reaching one institution, because we're talking about very fragmented systems, where a patient doesn't navigate in a comprehensive cancer center. So what happens when you go to one institution, and this is true. In one institution you go, and based on the data, they said, oh, we have a massive problem with blood. There is no blood. So then you are reacting. I say, perfect, let's run a campaign. Let's call the mayor, let's call the institution and start looking for blood donations. And that's funding in a resource setting with no other funding. I went back to this city. I went to another hospital, and of course I had this in mind. I've already reached Barcelona Blood Center because they're really good, also New York, to find capacity building for them. I went to the other hospital and I say to the director, what's your blood situation? And he's like, what blood situation? Actually, we're throwing blood. So if you zoom out, the answer was not a campaign, was putting those hospitals together. Less resources, more efficiency. I come from World Health Assembly. The message is clear. Ministers of health are asking for more funding. Ministers of finance are asking for efficiency. So our model, working at city level, is not that the city is the cool place. It is. Yeah, they're cool, they're innovative, they move things. It's the health system in a smaller scale that allows us to generate evidence, get the data across all institutions, bring together stakeholders. It's manageable. It's around 300 maybe stakeholders, but you can do it step by step. Bring them together, understand the data, the facts, and come up with solutions. Those solutions then scale up at national level with evidence. And we are actually changing national policy from practice to policy. And we don't do it alone. We work with more than 70 partners, WHO, IEA, many of you, hospitals in Europe, that are helping us to actually bring the international standards to those settings. So it's both directions. Now I'm going to follow a bit the comms people. So what I'm going to present today is the model. How do we do it? Because that's what I've been asked to share with you. So practicality, what does it mean? What do we do in every city? So follow with me because, so the first, stakeholder engagement. First of all, cities apply to City Cancer Challenge. And that is, and we ask the civil society to lead so that they get empowered and then bring the national government, the regional government, and the city government to agree that we're going to be working in city together with the 3 layers of government. Good luck. But we have 150 cities that have applied with letters of support. So there is interest to work multi-government layer. So for example, this is in Peru. We start in Arequipa, so this is basically the different government layers. So these are 2 health systems in parallel in that country. So we have agreement with both of them, and that matters because we need to find synergies between both systems so they don't work in parallel, and that's the national agreement. So now, once we have an MOU with the government, so again, signatories with the regional government and the national government, understanding we're going to be working from the ground up, and that's what they need to agree. Then we do stakeholder. Okay, so we need to create sort of like the executive board. Who's going to be leading this project? And the executive board has to be the decision makers, regardless if they're sitting in that city or in another city, but have an incidence in cancer care in that territory. So we bring government, foundations, private hospitals, public hospitals, academia, patient associations together to make sure that everybody in that territory is mapped. Which organizations are doing what, who's doing what, who has, so we don't neglect anybody. So it's very comprehensive. We use digital tools we have already developed. We can share it to actually do that stakeholder mapping in live, consultative with everybody. And then we start with the voting to understand who has to be in the table as decision makers. So for example, this is an example from, I don't know which city, but basically, who is the executive committee? This is a big one. Normally, we tend to go with smaller ones. The executive committee has to be the representative of the 3 layers of government, the Secretary of Health, responsible for cancer or NCDs, the cancer registry, the directors of the main public and private hospital, the deans of the university, the civil society organizations, the reimbursement or whoever systems you have for paying, the representative of insurance and private sector, civil society, and a patient. And they represent what we call the City Executive Committee, who's going to be driving decisions throughout the process. Our process started with 3 years. I will explain you a bit later, but we've expanded to 10 years. The reason why, because in 3 years you can see outputs, but outcomes cannot be measured in such a short term. And we wanted to see outcomes. So we expanded the engagement over 10 years. Then needs assessment. These countries don't have data. And if there is data, it's so fragmented that it's a lot of opinions. Because of course, when we bring all these stakeholders together, in the previous presentation, somebody was talking about the emotionals. There's so many interests. Think about when we're talking, for example, about diagnostic imaging, you always have somebody saying, no, the PET-CT has to come to my hospital. There is a lot of egos, a lot of personal interest. So we do a lot of work of understanding that and making sure that everybody involved is not there for their institutional interest, but for the patient, for their community. So sometimes I feel I'm a huge motivator going there to encourage them. This is beyond you. And this is, if whoever knows about leadership, when we grow as professionals, when we start thinking about us, about our team, our department, and start thinking of the vision, is when we as leaders click and elevate ourselves. So it's the same when all these doctors, nurses, police people start thinking, they realize that the leadership and the change in their own life is going to be when they think of the collective impact, and that's going to benefit them. Then we have the champions, and then this starts to create a magic. So there's a lot of leadership training that we do in those cities, so they start seeing the collective impact is what's going to make you grow as a professional, as an individual. So then we go to needs assessment. So data collection. So we have a tool that has been developed in partnership long time ago with the US to the NCI Cancer Institute. And then it was feed by many institutes in low-income countries, equally some in Europe. This tool has been constantly improved. Imagine, it's around 1,200 data points, and it's systemic data. So it's not patient data, it's the system. What are the services available in the system? The workforce, the digitalizations, the finance mechanisms, the quality. This is always answered by, at least we cover 80% of the services in the city from all the units, pathologists, nurses, radiotherapists, policymakers, and patients. There is a section on accessibility, and that's when we bring the patient's voice, which, as you can imagine, is not always is the same from the institution that from the patient. But it's super important that we bring the patient to say, what are the access to those services, and what is your first thoughts on those services? So it's quite comprehensive, and this gives a lot of clarity on what is the current situation and what we need to address. Yeah, this is, I love this story. This is Rosario in Argentina. So 14 institutions in the city of Rosario, Messi's city, was working. I was prepared. And then here, what we did is the first time we did it, and I want to do it more. The University of Rosario is very strong in public health, and they suggested that the surveys of the patients should be done by the students. I thought that was super smart, because what we did is bring experts on how to talk with patients, and we trained students. It was massive, the amount of students that volunteer. So we first of all trained them. How are you going to ask the patients? How are you going to get the data? But students, the youth, the future leaders in that city were starting to understand the importance of hearing the patients. So they, as students, went through the process of, before you think, where is the situation in your city, talk to them, hear them. And then they came with the results, and also we tasked them to say, based on what you've heard, what are your recommendations? So that was really good. It's the first time we've involved so much the youth, and it's something that I want to do more, because I think it leaves a message in the youth. Okay, so now we have the data. So this data is quite intense. It's 3 months. It's locally led, everything, and then it's presented to the executive committee. And that's where it starts the meat. And I have to say, this is the typical thing that these countries want to jump. So they all want to avoid data, and they all want to avoid planning. They want to go to implementation. But we need investable deals. We need things that can go up to domestic research and make the case. So there's a lot of phases where we train project management, M&E, health financing, because they are the ones driving it. And I need to tell you that, as a fundraiser, annoys me a lot, because things take a lot of time. And donors want results quickly, and this is not sexy, because this is process. But then it's not sustainable. Because the guidelines, the guidelines, with all this innovation, 2 years, and you need to renew them. So if we work with guidelines with them, they need to know how to do the next iteration of guidelines. They need to continue. If not, they're going to always need us. No, they do everything, and that takes time, and I'm not going to parachute a consultant from McKinsey to do it for them, which is the traditional approach, because of the donor pressure. So strategic planning, wow, massive work, but should not stop us, because this is a mind shift in the whole city on how to address cancer care. So this is the working groups of Rosario and Argentina. So the group of pathologists, the group of nurses, the group of surgeons, name it, all of them. Some of them don't know each other. Oh. And of course, and then when you get the data, the chaos of referral in that city and the repetition of studies, it's chaotic. They're all in WhatsApp now. There's communities of practice. The radiotherapists, they're little. Sort you out. This is mind shift for them. It changes the way they start approaching cancer care. So a lot of work here, a lot of project planning, and then here they do it, but what we bring them is the technical support. We have a technical cooperation team that works with all the partners, ASCO, ESMO, Imagine, all of them, the Astros, because we're not bringing expertise. My team is great, but we're not intrusive. So we bring the expertise that needed, so the pathologists will work with the American Society of Clinical Pathology, and they will guide them. But the decision is local. They know best. Yeah? And then the projects get into execution. So this is, for example, Leon. So they have 10 projects 24 deliverables, and is fundamentals of cancer care. I'm not jumping with AI. Let's get things done. Let's get the standards of care at the city level sorted before you go to the next level of service improvement. So, project plans for health financing, strategic treatment, oncology surgery, MDTs. I like this slide. Sorry, ups. Where is it? It's, uh-oh, I'm going. It's not charging. Maybe, no. Okay, so it's a slide where you could see all the projects. This is from Cambodia. You could see all the objectives, but also here was very nicely, I promise you, laid down the outputs, the specific outputs of those projects. So, you know, for example, improve access on quality systemic cancer services. So here there's also a review of the essential medicine list, assessment on what is available in terms of drug, the safetiness of the use of the drugs, etc. So it's a lot of granularity on the projects that we do. So that mean the time means what? The 13 minutes is what I have left or what I've consumed? Four minutes. Ah, okay. Okay, so there's a lot of achievements. I'm going to go to Georgia because it's the closest to this context. So we work with Georgia, and we choose Tbilisi. Georgia is one of our best cities. And most of the work we've done it in collaboration with Barcelona. So the Catalan Oncology Institute, by Hebron, they've been our technical partner with Georgia. And the achievements are amazing, and this was just the first cycle of intervention. So this has been achieved only with 3 years, and we're now going with the next cycle of interventions, which are more service upgrade type of interventions. So there's been the adoption of cancer management guidelines developed locally. And you know what? They are the ones now who responded to WHO requests to support Uzbekistan. So not only Georgia done it, now they're so ready that they're supporting Uzbekistan with the cancer management development. We expanded, we generated evidence. So in Georgia, cancer diagnostic is not under the UHC. So what we've done, we created a whole ecosystem to understand the diagnostics protocols and the current costs and make the case for the government to include cancer diagnostic under UHC, which was approved last year. That was done from the city up. There was a lot of work around, one of the things the pharmacist, one of the works around cancer quality was that the pharmacist and the preparation was not done in the hospitals, was done outside. So the patient, imagine, was going around the city with those very expensive medicines, and I don't know where they were putting those medicines. So that was another one of the projects that was elevated, and then the government make it mandatory for all the country to build the pharmacies inside the hospitals, and they're all now inside the hospitals. There was a lot of training being done on primary healthcare. There was referral processes put in place. There's a lot of things that have happened. It's complex, and I have one of the things to share. There's so many achievements, and it's hard to explain. And I just want you to know very quickly that when I started SICAN, the idea was to go to 200 cities. This idea is off my table. One, there's no financial capacity, but most important, it's not about the number of cities. It's the time I spend in the city to see outcomes. Where I can make the biggest difference in society is not to generate all these outputs, is to actually start working on which interventions are gonna impact patients. That I need 10 years. And when I changed from a first cycle of intervention, which was setting the standards for care, to saying, I want to go more. I want to see how I reduce time from diagnostic to treatment. I want to say how from suspicious to confirmation I reduce time. All of that, it needs a bit of time. So what I asked the board is I want to be more years. I want to generate evidence. I want to tell WHO what are the best buys. So the first thing was what good looks like. In countries where there is no data infrastructure and there is no KPIs consent globally to measure quality, access, there is KPIs for high-income countries, but there is no KPIs for LMICs. So we work with King's College. We've been publishing a lot on quality indicators, and we're testing it in our cities. And so now we have what good looks like. We have a set of indicators, and we are now targeting those indicators in every city and every project. So I'm not just throwing darts to the sky. We're being very targeted. Are these the best indicators? For now, that's where we're targeting, and we will readapt. So then we have a lot of examples of outcomes that we're starting to see in terms of downstaging. We're already starting to see decrease in time of diagnostic, quality MDTs happening in 90% of the institutions. A lot is happening, and I wish I could spend more time publishing. I come from the business side, so I'm a doer. So now I have my team. I wrote a team of researchers, implementation researchers, because we're doing all this great work, but I need to stop and write it. Not me, the team, the locals. So we're putting a lot of efforts because this has been hidden in us trying to figure it out, making things happen. So I think, yeah, just like some funny comms numbers, you know, over 5,000 healthcare workers have been trained over the last 6 years. We've reached almost 1 million of patients directly with our solutions, and we've increased massive political commitment. As I said, we have 100+ cities. And finally, and I'll stop here, it's my final comment. Let me put this in the, yeah, we can do, sorry. This is all the people we're working with. We've learned a lot, okay? We have a lot of assets, a lot of how-to guides, we have a lot of frameworks. We're now working with WHO to take the Global Breast Action Plan into an operationalization in the countries, and we're working with them hand to hand to make that framework a reality. So what I was telling before is that we're now thinking of how we take all this know-how to other countries beyond LMICs. So I'm setting in the new strategy, we're setting a new unit. It's there, it's now actually already in negotiations with some governments, where we can go as per demand to share that know-how. So we're gonna still working with these countries, generating this evidence. But what we already know and how to do it, how to do stakeholder engagement, needs assessment, or specific interventions around referral, patient navigation, we're happy to support you as part of that unit, which is more of a sort of like a consultancy unit where we share the know-how with other cities in high-income countries. So with that, I hope this was interesting. Yeah, okay, questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabel. So you have been hidden, but we found you. And that means that whatever you are doing is creating echo in the community, and we get to know about you and learn. And so I just ask 5 minutes to the next panel, so that if there are any questions from the audience, yes, and we have one there. We have this time because I think it's the most precious thing here.
And actually, Eva, who's the next panel, she met me at the beginning when I started in Paraguay, and she saw when we didn't know what we were doing.
Hello.
I will come back to that in a moment.
Eleni, please.
Do I need to stand up? No. Right.
I see you.
You see me? Okay, my name is Eleni Tolma, and I represent the Mission and Cancer Board. What we are describing, I mean, public health is exactly, this is public health in action. So I have two questions. How do you choose which city to go?
Yeah.
How do you enter the community? Do they invite you? Because that will make a lot of difference, you know, in the outcome. Or do you choose somehow to go to a different city? And the next question, you have described some successful examples. Are there any unsuccessful examples? And what are some of the lessons learned from those efforts you can share with us? Thank you.
Yes, so to the first question, it's an application process, and we have a checklist that we have been refining. We don't go to low resource settings or places where they have other priorities. Cancer, in some places with humanitarian situations, we don't go. So we have to go to places where they have basic infrastructure, they have diagnostics, imaging, and radiotherapy. That's where we start. Then we have to go to places where civil society has a seat at the table. And the process of applying may lead to that, so we're happy with that. Because when we do a call for application, basically what we're doing is reach out to civil society. We reach out to them so that they have something to go to the government. But then what we need to see is the government is prioritizing cancer and that they're ready to use our model, which is down up. But inwards is very easy, so we conduct due diligence. And we go, and when do we go due diligence and you talk with every single person, and we not only talk with the Ministry of Health, I also talk with the Ministry of Education, Transportation, others. I want to see what's the vibe in that place. And I talk, of course, with the director of the hospitals to understand what's the reality beyond the paper that they submit. And I have to say that to get them all excited is easy. The biggest challenge is to maintain this movement over 3-10 years is very difficult. So we have city managers, so my teams are all in the ground. You know, we are only 5 people in Geneva, and we are 50, and we are all in the ground, and it's really hard. And most of my work as CEO is to go and bring motivation back to the team and start understanding, how do I bring people engaged? Do we need to build the capacity? Like, some people are really interested in publications and on capacity development, so we're always looking into what are those triggers for everybody. But it's hard to maintain it. But so I always say to the team, look for the quick wins, make them feel proud. So we sometimes accelerate some projects that we know is gonna be like, okay, it's not always planning, it's not always, there is some quick wins, and we always tend to recognize. We bring the media also a lot throughout the journey, so that they understand what we're doing and they can put some accountability on everything. And then the next question, there's some tension sometimes and some ego. So, you know, without saying some cities, you know, for example, there was in some city, the radiotherapy unit didn't want to work with us. There is, I mean, it's not like suddenly everybody was, and then of course there is some times where, actually, I mean, I have to say that, for example, we didn't expect so much national adoption and law creation, and that's something that in some cities has stayed at regional level. Could be that a failure? But we see a lot of national adoption of most of what we do. So now we are more, how you say, more targeted about it. But the failure sometimes is mainly about egos. We haven't been managed to understand that person, bring it on the table. One of the biggest failures we do in global health is duplication of efforts. So suddenly you've been working on the guidelines, and then you realize that CHAI, the Clinton Health Initiative, great initiative, they're doing the same. And you're like, so we have to be, when do the stakeholder engagement, we need to be very careful to understand who is doing what. So we don't go there and duplicate, but duplication in some countries, specifically in Africa, is happening. And that's a big mistake.
Thank you. Any other burning questions? There is one there from Kasia.
Hi, my name is Ananda. I represent, sorry?
Sorry, go ahead.
We Can, which is the European cancer patient community.
Now.
And I have to say, I really didn't expect a lot when I came into this session, but it was really amazing and it resonated a lot. I hope my colleagues agree with me.
Me too.
One thing that I wanted to say, what you said about the egos and the going beyond what is good and what your own interests are, is something that we see a lot, even in our community. But I think when you adapt or try to adapt this model to the European space, it'd be really interesting to see, because we have huge egos and many people, many stakeholders with interests that are very much focused on their institutions and themselves. And achieving that switch, I'd be really interested to getting your thoughts on that.
And maybe this is a piece of work we can do, because it's one of the biggest barriers. It's an interest. This is my personal, and I know this is recorded. I think I'm successful because I studied business. So I have no ego. You know, one of the things that I was laughing because I was discussing with WHO, and they were asking my publications. I'm like, I don't know, I mean, which publications? My team has done 100 of publications. But have I been in any publication? No. Am I intellectual property of that publication? Yes. And now know that that is going to harm me in my future work. But coming from the business side, I didn't thought the publication was important. For me, it was getting things done. So I think that's why I get along very well with the oncologists, because I'm not a threat. And I trust them, because I don't know. I'm here to help you what you need to go from here to there. Let's make it happen. And then what I really like, and that's what I was weird to say, is that the childhood cancer community is an interesting community, because they don't get big resources. It's true they get the emotional from the public. But those communities, at least in low-income countries, they sort their lives out. And egos tend to be more of a side. So when you find a pediatric oncologist, that tends to be a good champion to align efforts and be your navigator. That's my experience with the pediatric oncologists. They have a different, because they had to solve their things, very little numbers, so they tend to be quite good to work with. But yes. And anyways, I have to say the cancer community, I'm also the board member of NCD Alliance, and I'm passionate about the cancer community because there's so much emotion in our community. The patients, everything. It's a different beast what we're dealing with. And I think, yes, there is ego, but it's a special communities. I mean, what about the cardiologists?
Well, I think this is the right moment. Let's not talk about cardiologists, but let's give a very big round of applause to Isabel.
Thank you.
So we are moving on now to this next session and taking again the words from Isabel, moving from one point to the other. That's what we want to do with the National Cancer Mission Hubs. That's why we are here working this community. So thank you once again, Isabel. I have so many questions. I hope we can still talk in the break or so. And to complement what we just heard on cancer care, which is primarily the focus of the City Cancer Challenge, we are now inviting to stage a panel of specialists to talk or to guide us through what is patients' and citizens' participation in research. This session will explore how integrating patients' and citizens' perspective can enhance the relevance, the impact, and the ethical conduct of research. To guide us in this discussion, I call to stage my dear friend Ebba Hout from the Stockholm School of Economics and partner in the ECOS project. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, Hugo. And wow, what an energy in the room. What a session. Thank you so much. It takes a strong businesswoman from Catalonia to drive change in the world, I know. And I'm from Stockholm. Honestly, I'm from Gothenburg, but I live in Stockholm, so that was a big mistake. I'm from Sweden, but I lived nearly 20 years in Spain, so I more or less learned to speak in the same speed as you, Isabel. And I've also have a background from policy and business, and it was also working with the Swedish Trade and Invest Council globally, where we met actually in Paraguay, and they wanted to develop a lot within the cancer care and also to collaborate with Sweden. And we were involved there actually, so this is a bit of a serendipity, and I will come back to that because we all have different roles, we have different hats, and we meet at different points in life and through these courses, and I think it's not a coincidence that all of us here are actually bringing this change together to deal with the beast of cancer. So one of the colleagues that I then, as specialist, brought to Paraguay was the doctor, a researcher, a hematologist, and who was leading the cancer center at Uppsala University Hospital to sort of, bringing in the experts also to Paraguay. And then this Professor Hans Hägglund said, hey, I've applied for that position as the National Cancer Coordinator in Sweden. If I get that job, can we work together? We need to work differently with research and innovation. We need to drive change in new ways, learn from other business sectors, bring stakeholders together. And that was really the birth of Vision Zero Cancer that we created as in a call to action in the program Vision Driven Health that I know has been also acknowledged in several reports in Europe and elsewhere, also funded by our innovation agency Vinnova in Sweden, a program where we were actually being funded with the public funding with private to actually create these structures, the governance mechanisms of working together to solve different societal challenges related to health. And one of them that we then were a team up with was cancer. That was the first 5-year program with government funding, and then we have scaled that into more initiatives, and also very proud then to being partners of funding ECOS as a very important initiative here in Europe, and of course looking into going beyond. So I think this connection with City Cancer Challenge is a beautiful moment in time for that. And I just want to acknowledge that when we started off in Sweden, this is one of the front runners to now the National Cancer Mission Hubs. We did that directly from the beginning with the patient societies, researchers, academia, government, and industry. So if it wasn't for all these stakeholders coming together, we wouldn't have gone where we are. So a big thank, I'll take this moment to thank AstraZeneca, Roche, and Elekta for being some of the partners who shipped in a lot of unvested interest to actually drive change, not only in Sweden, but elsewhere globally. And yes, at the core then, research. Of course, we would often say that the only time to prepare for the future is right now. And we know that today's treatments are the result of yesterday's research and so forth. And we need to bring in that, and especially in this era of personalized medicine, everything from what is preventable in precision prevention throughout the course of the trajectory. We need to actually make sure that we drive research with the actual implementation and looking for that long-term impact that Isabel also mentioned here. So, as was brought up yesterday by the Vice Chair of the Cancer Mission Board, was that we need to go faster than cancer. And we need to bring people together who can provide solutions to citizens' needs. So how do we take this theory into practice? That is something that we want to make sure that we ensure that patients and citizens are active collaborators, not just the beneficiaries. So we will have now a session where you will hear good cases on citizen and patient engagements, 6 initiatives from Europe, 3 from specific countries. Perhaps they nailed it and then we can scale it. And others are more pan-European from the very beginning. Very important partners in driving missions. And just like I think City Cancer Challenge is an excellent example of mission orchestration, so you will hear from these cases. So enabled to share, someone would like to share slides, so I think I will invite case by case, and then we will open up for a discussion with the audience. So we will start with one of my neighbor countries, Denmark. And I would like to welcome to the stage Bettina Melde Knudsen, PhD student at the Center for Shared Decision Making at Lillebælt Hospital, University Hospital of Southern Denmark. And she will tell us a little bit about citizen engagement in evaluating shared decision making. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will need the one to change the slide.
Oh,
that's the one.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Bettina, and I work at the Center for Shared Decision Making. It's located at a medium-sized hospital in Denmark, but it's also a local or national center. I'm a PhD student there, and I want to share with you an example of how to engage citizens in evaluating the level of shared decision making. So as part of my PhD, I'm doing a randomized control study with breast and colorectal cancer patients who are at our oncology department locally at the Lillebælt Hospital. And in connection with this, I wanted to explore how I could invite citizens or patients as researchers in rating the level of shared decision-making in the consultations with these breast and colorectal cancer patients. So all of these consultations between breast colorectal cancer patients and their doctors were audio recorded. And we used these audio recordings to rate them using an observer measure called option 5. And the rating team consisted of 4 citizens who were cancer patients themselves, and also 2 researchers, where I was one of them. In connection with this, this was a randomized study, as I said, and one half of these consultations, in these consultations, they used a patient decision aid. And the aim was to measure the impact of timing and format of using a patient decision aid. So in one half of these consultations, they used a patient decision aid, and the other half, they didn't use one. And I was curious to see if the citizens that I invited to rate together with us as researchers, if they could detect elements in these consultations that we as researchers missed. So the findings are still preliminary, but they indicate that the citizens rated the consultations slightly more positively than the researchers, but not more than there was still a good to moderate agreement between the citizens and the researchers in their scores. And just to sum up here, of course, there's a lot of lessons learned when you involve the citizens in research. One of them is ethics. You should always do a risk evaluation. In this specific study, I identified information harm and emotional impact as important to address together with the patients before we started listening to all these audio recordings, as they are cancer patients themselves. And of course, there are also a lot of logistics to take care of. I had to invite these citizens to in-person meetings at the hospital due to data security, so I couldn't send these audio recordings around. There's non-disclosure agreements and all sorts of things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will invite you back on stage afterwards again. Over to Luxembourg, Sandrine Lavalle. Hope you're here somewhere. Also talking about a patient and public involvement initiative. And yes, here, please. Welcome to the stage. Yes, also about improving cancer announcement of diagnosis through design thinking. So welcome. And if you have slides, here is the pointer. Yes, here we go.
So my name is Sandrine Lavalle, and I'm going to thank you to Ecos to invite us today. It's okay like this? I'm going to speak about Announcement Diagnosis Project in Luxembourg. This is a national and collaborative work we organize in Luxembourg. So just a few words about me. So I am doing patient and public involvement initiative in the Luxembourg Institute of Health. This is a very new position and probably the results of my professional and personal life. First, when I really supporting my partner in 2013 in glioblastoma, I realized that the impact factors of the researchers is not really what society means and really wants. And for me, the dialogue and to build really bridges between doctors and researchers and patients was really important. And in my professional life, I am a social science scientist, and I really, for me, it's the power of dialogue is very important. And this is why now connecting patient and citizen and also clinician is very important. So it is a teamwork, and we are doing that really in a close collaboration with different partners. First, Natalie is really a very my sunshine in this project. And you can see on the bottom that there is also, this is an initiative from the Directorate of Health, but there is also Institut National Cancer, Fondation Cancer, which involves the patient, hospitals, because this is very important to do that. So announcement of diagnosis, probably receiving a cancer diagnosis is one of the most difficult moments in our life. And how we communicate this cancer diagnosis has also an impact in how patient and our loved one will cope with this information. So this is why this project, Announcement Diagnosis, come up. It was really ideas coming from the patient, but also health professional, that it was very important to do and improve the way it was announced. To do that, we really want to use a methodology, a design thinking methodology. What is design thinking? Design thinking is really just a human-centered approach and collaborative approach. And we try really through this methodology to listen the perspective of the different partners in this announcement of diagnosis, the patient, the health professional, but also the carer's voice, in order to all together find solution. We really focus on the real experience of the different person involved in the announcement of diagnosis. So what we do through this methodology is really encouraging empathy and creativity, but also teamwork. So we really emphasis, this is the first stage, is really to listen the experience and the needs of the patient. We organize 25 interviews with patients and carers in order to listen their experience with the analysis of diagnosis. And after that, we also interview 17 health professionals in order to listen to the voice of health professionals, to get the different perspective around of the tables. Because patient and public involvement, I think it is all together that we can really create really concrete improvement all together. It has to take the perspective of the different persons around of the table. After that, when we listen to them, we could identify the real problem from each person. And we went to the ideation collaboration. We invite health professionals, patients, and carers all together to co-think to the problems and to find solutions that could be a real common solution, not a patient perspective solution or a health professional solution, but really a common solution that we convert. And from this really involvement meeting, we go to the prototypes. Prototypes is really to find solution, to test this solution, and to ask feedbacks to this person involved on it. This is where we are now, and we really want. We are doing that through a research center, of course, but the idea is really to be very concrete and to do not really base things on publication, but on really concrete solutions that can be delivered on the ground. It is very important that it is a win-win tool. A win-win tool, it is really a solution for all the partners around of the announcement of diagnostic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sandrine. And as I said, we will have these short pitches, but please take notes for questions you will probably have, because the interesting we'll see also how these different initiatives actually align, and going from understanding the learnings for when it comes to handling risk and emotional risk to actually prototyping and designing solutions together, and also how that informs research and developments. So now we're going to pan-European initiative, U-Party, also to be able to engage in a meaningful way as a patient or citizen, people in research and developments, and we also need to be trained in that. And I think that's really what U-Party is about, isn't it? So welcome here, Katerina Charapa. And you will also talk about the HTA for Patients project and also how to empowerment patients through education.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting U-Party today. Certainly HTA for Patients was a very positive example of involvement. I have some slides. Can we check?
So here.
Yeah, here.
And then
Thank
here
you
we go.
very much.
HTA for
Let's
Patients
see.
project.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so my name is Katerina Charapa, and together with my colleague Laia Bisbal, I'm sorry, we are here today, and we are going to try in 3 minutes to showcase how U-Party is trying to enhance patient involvement through education, because of course we think that when we have adequately educated patients, then patient involvement will be less challenging. But let's see what U-Party is about. So we're offering educational resources and trainings to patients and patient representatives, but also to other stakeholders, including industry and academia, so to make sure that all of them are well educated and well informed, so to enable meaningful patient involvement. And all our activities are organized around these 3 pillars: information, education, and collaboration. And we are going to talk about our core activities later on. So generally, U-Party started as an IMI project, then it was hosted by EPF as an educational initiative, and then since 2020, it's already an independent organization with one clear vision: to empower patients and patient representatives as equal contributors in the research and development processes. So why U-Party had to step in? Because of course there are persistent challenges in patient involvement with one of them being that a patient involvement often happens too late, or that there is a lack of structure and formal documentation when it comes to patient involvement in specific research and development tasks. And of course, we have patients sharing with us that they feel like lacking the right resources and tools and even the confidence to identify such opportunities and get involved. So this is why UPATI co-created this patient engagement roadmap, allowing the patients and patient representatives to identify the right moments along this research and development life cycle, and also support the industry and academia efforts to kind of know where they should enhance their efforts in patient involvement. So here you can see our core activities, where we start with comprehensive information through our online library, the UPATI Toolbox, been available in 14 languages already, and including articles, case studies, in R&D, patient involvement, many different topics. And then we move on to a more structured approach through our UPATI Open Classroom platform, where we offer whole modules in different topics, from clinical trials, regulatory affairs, HTA, digital health, and many more. And for those that are a bit more invested and dedicated, we also offer the Patient Expert Training Program, which is a 14-month-old training where our trainees, after they have completed this training, they are considered as UPATI fellows, patient experts, and we see them thriving in advisory boards, ethics committees, and research initiatives. And then we also have some training initiatives for industry and academia members through our learning lab, where, based on the needs, we try to tailor the training material so that they enhance somehow their patient involvement efforts. And then we also have the UPATI Connect platform, which is a matchmaking platform bringing into contact researchers and patient experts, so to join forces and collaborate on research initiatives. Our national platforms, available in 24 countries, including Luxembourg, which is a very positive example, very active platform. They are running their own educational programs, and they're trying to raise awareness and increase patient involvement at the local level. And then, of course, UPATI is very active in different European projects, with patient experts being very strongly involved. We don't have much time to go through our content development process, but it's very important to let you know that it's a multi-stakeholder approach, where fellows, meaning patient experts, and also patient organizations are strongly taken into account. And the purpose is to provide material that is both accurate, reliable, but also in lay language and easy to understand by everyone. And then, based on the impact study that we recently did, we saw that on the short term, our trainees and the people who completed our courses increased their soft skills. On the midterm, they increased their efficiency as patient advocates, and finally, been in this wider network of UPATI and partners, they managed to enhance their patient involvement generally. So here you can see geographical representation of our fellows, the patient experts, coming from over 50 countries, coming from all over the world, to be honest, and most of them being patients, but also having members from industry, academia, and healthcare professionals. And then this is a very positive example for us that occurred in the context of HTA for Patients project, with one of the main objectives of this project being to build capacity around the new European regulation and enable patients to have a role in that. So the patients were already from the beginning involved strongly in the development of the educational material on the regulation that was published in our platforms, both Open Classroom and UPATI Toolbox. Then they were trained both on the regulation, but also receiving soft skills trainings, so to make sure that they are able to run sessions at the national level and raise awareness on this topic. And then, of course, these very much trusted and trained individuals it will be included in a pool of experts that can be consulted in research initiatives that will arise in the future and that are very relevant to this topic. So here is a QR code. You can scan and learn more about us. Of course, we are going to be outside at the booth station, and please pass by for any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katarina. I think it's a brilliant initiative. I'm pretty involved actually in New Party Sweden as well. And we've said that those courses are actually very important basis also for being part of trial steering committees and also co-designing clinical trial protocols. And I'm sure there are more aspects into that work, but we'll come back to that in a moment. So now it's time for, if I remember correctly, a French initiative, Le Sentinelle, with Guillemette Jacob, founder and CEO, and you will also share your example on citizen engagement in research. Do you have slides?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
So, how did you go on there?
Yep. Here I am. So yes, I am Guillemette Jacob. I am a BC survivor, and I'm coming from a marketing background, which I believe you'll see from the tool I'm going to present to you now. So what are the Sentinel and what is our mission? Our mission, we are really focused on research. And our mission is to build a direct, reciprocal and lasting relationship between citizens and researchers. And how do we do that? We did created a community. And how do you take part in that community? You just register to an email. You just give us an email. And then we inform you about the needs of researchers in terms of participation. So it's quite simple, it's quite low tech, and it works very well. We have 43,000 citizens engaged with us, and I mean citizen because we have a lot of women. Maybe you, I don't know if you get it in French, but Sentinelle is a play on word with breast. So we do work on all cancer, but we come from breast cancer. So we still have a lot of women in the community. And we have people who had cancer and people who didn't have cancer because we believe, and it's true, research needs everyone. And as I said, our main tool is email. We just send email to the community to engage them to research. And it works because we drove more than 100,000 participation to research in 10 years on pretty much 70 different researches and leading to publications. We do only scientific research and we work with academic teams. But it's not only about participation, it's also about building a relationship and a lasting one, and as much as possible, reciprocal. So another very big activity of us is making sure researchers give back the knowledge they created thanks to the community, and we do that mainly through webinars, and it works quite well too. It's always very moving to see how many people turn on. And so the researchers come to present their results and to discuss and with the community answer their questions. We also work a lot on the research experience with researchers to make sure that for the Sentinel it's a great experience to take part in research, that they will learn from it. And we have some projects that are co-built end-to-end. And last but not least is the initiative called Moteur de Recherche. So anyone can come to our website and ask a question they would like the research to have an answer for. And so we collected more than 2,000 questions. And we share those questions with both researchers so they can take inspiration from those questions and also fundraisers for cancer research. So they can also orientate differently their fundraising. And I just put here a few verbatims coming from the community, because that's one of the things we are very happy with, that they are so proud of being part and of research. Thank you. And I'm just outside if you have questions.
Merci beaucoup, Guillemette. Thank you. And we will certainly also direct some questions within here. Wow, it's so many amazing and so important initiatives. And I think one of the key questions is also to discuss later is also how we now leverage this also within the cancer mission hubs across Europe. Gilly Spreer Research Partnership Canvas is one of the tools that the Melanoma Patient Network Europe has developed. Actually, one of Gilly's co-founders of the Melanoma Patient Network Europe is my colleague, Bettina Ryll as well. And what I've learned through when it comes to patient engagements is through Bettina, actually, who couldn't be here today. But driving these initiatives, and as she's often said, that we started working as a mission-oriented hub without even knowing that we were a mission. And I can't believe you will come back to that.
Hi, yes, thanks for that. We didn't realize that we were entirely mission-driven as an organization. So I'm going to put this next one up.
Good.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to have one slide, but I'm going to talk a lot about it. So MPNE is a mission-driven initiative without realizing it. We're our network. We're not like a traditional patient organization. We're a network working across Europe of people who want to work, basically, not people who are just going to be sitting using the name or something. We don't own members. We don't own anyone in any country. If you want to work together and get things done. Melanoma 10 years ago had death rate for metastatic of everyone, basically. You know, most people were dying. So we have a real interest in making sure that research is working, relevant research is working, because research, you know, nobody's saved by a paper. You know, this has to go into systems as quickly as possible. And we started working with quite a few projects, Horizon 2020 projects and Horizon Europe projects. And there was this disconnect between patients, advocates, and researchers. Basically, they're terrified of each other. They've never really worked together. And with the best of intentions, it just wasn't working. You know, people have different backgrounds, different silos, and that was also a problem from our community. Now, great initiatives like UPATI, the We Can Academy, these are the things that are kind of bringing these stakeholders together in the kind of mission-driven system that we want. So we thought we would just try and work out, using design thinking, like what our colleagues also talked about, and saying, can we actually develop something quick, easy, cheap, that anybody can do, to try and facilitate this discourse between patient advocates and patients and researchers. So we just developed this little tool, which is just a partnership canvas, and we developed some personas, because I think sometimes you can be yourself either side of the table as a patient advocate and a researcher, but sometimes you need a persona to kind of act, to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, but also to act as a little bit of a foil that you don't need to actually be quite as truthful as you ought to be, but you learn to be truthful as you go along, because you actually get a bit of trust built up. So this partnership canvas, we have a little example of it outside. We have example of the personas, and please come and have a look. And we've been doing this. We did this at the French presidency, the mission event 2-3 years ago now. We've done it at the Champalimaud Foundation in Lisbon. We've iterated it with our community, and most of all, it's actually fun. And people actually realize that researchers are normal and patient advocates are normal, and no one ever tells a patient advocate or a patient that they're wrong. A researcher will not say, like they will to another researcher, you're wrong, I want to critique your research here. They will just say, oh, thanks. And that's a sort of uneven playing field. So in this way, you can even up, and people can actually get the trust between each other to say, you're wrong. And I think, come and do the partnership canvas, come and have a little look at it outside, and let's do something that's fun and a bit quick and changes research a bit quicker.
Thanks. So that could really drive meaningful involvement, definitely. The final initiative, it's now a very formalized initiative. Now it's been created as a foundation across Europe. It's the We Can initiative, bringing the levels of local, regional, national, and European together. So welcome to the stage also Anita Kinesberger, my colleague and friend from Austria. We were on stage together a couple of weeks ago at the occasion of the European Society of Radiation Oncology Conference, and we realized in a symposium that we had that very little actually co-designing or active involvement with the patient community within the radiotherapy community. So maybe that's a field we could do something about. But first of all,
we can.
First we start with we can, and then we see what we can do.
So we really want to share one very important thing, because a few days ago we became, after 10 years of being a network, from umbrellas, 4 umbrellas, all indications, all age groups, and I think this is something what we achieved. We are, after 10 years, a legal foundation, Weekend Foundation. So you will find us. We are very, very proud and excited about this, because it's really something very, very special. And this is where we also want to say, this is one thing why we did this after 10 years, thinking about, is this really wise to become a legal foundation, because it's a lot of operational work to do. And we have been working as a network brilliantly together, because it was no competition. We were all interested, because there are a lot of fellows from all parties, so it was everything with research, education, policy. I think one thing why we really wanted to become this foundation is the policy. This is something where we really, really thought we have to become this. So this is one thing. Network in nexus, umbrellas working. For me, as coming from a childhood cancer community, and there are egos, there are silos. This is what we want to change as patient organization, to become them not thinking in silos, because they did not realize that so many patients survived and they become a second cancer. This is why I was so much interested, or we in CCI Europe, focusing on childhood cancer only, all indication, all ages. We were not indication driven. I needed weekend. We needed weekend so much to say, yeah, first of all, you had cancer in your childhood, but there's a specific indication. And you have to focus on your indication as well. It's not only about discrimination, about fine. There are a lot of topics, but we covered the transversal ones, but not the indication. So this is where I come from. So let's exchange afterwards. I'm very interested. Going to Europe and making the cities better. Yes, we did a very, I think it was for me very fruitful to be there. I did not so much about all these already stakeholders they are engaged in, but about I realized on this day that we talk a lot about drugs and development, and many of us are trained how this comes, but not as a, for me, for myself, and some of us, we are not so much focusing on radiation and the new therapy possibilities, diagnostic, already very advanced things. But this is also something what can create a lot of disparities and a lot of inequalities, again, what we have heard on this day. So we have to make, as a patient community, very much effort to become more active. Also do not do the same what we have already in other areas of cancer treatment. So this is for now, and I think.
Perfect. And I think, thank you so much, Anita. And now I would like to welcome you all on stage, and we have 12 minutes for an engaging discussions. I hope you are ready with some questions. I'd like to trigger one to begin with. We know that we have a huge opportunity now. I mean, we all know that there's been a lot of developments over the last years, and as we see, together we can accelerate and run faster than cancer. And of course, make sure that we get the basics right, with the equitable access, but also driving forward and future looking, so we can actually close both technology and care gaps. But we also have a momentum for Europe in terms of the life sciences and from a geopolitical perspective, and also from a competitiveness. So I think bringing in that is also a thing that we can actually leverage within the cancer mission sphere, of course, but also for the cancer mission hubs. So this is much more than an EU funding opportunity with the Horizon Europe. This goes much more beyond. And we who are all in here, we care about this deeply at all levels. And this is not something that we're solving in the next few years. So one thing that I was thinking, all these great initiatives, some in countries and also European-wide or globally, like the City Cancer Challenge, how do we make sure that we stay on course? As you said also, how do you energize people to actually go on, and also the funding that is needed? So in all this, I was thinking, what are your hopes now with the Cancer Mission Hubs? How can we leverage your initiatives, and how do you make sure that they can also scale and go beyond reaching a few, but reaching the greater whole of all of us? Because we have a very important mission. By 2030, which is not that many years to go now, 4.5, 3 million lives saved, living longer and better. So should we start perhaps where we started, with you, Katarina? And from bringing in this knowledge of the research in shared decision making, how can that also be leveraged now within the Mission Hub?
Well, although, can you hear me? Yeah. Well, UPADI is mainly disease non-specific. So although we don't solely focus on cancer, we do that through our European projects. We see that it's very important. The focus is there, right, in the European region generally. And we think that through providing tailored education and trainings, both to academia, industry, and patient representatives, this would bring an impact. This would bring more practical results. So I guess this is very strongly related to the Cancer Mission Hubs, and all of us from our place will work towards that, yeah.
And Bettina, your research, is that also sort of taken now into consideration then when designing the courses and trainings with your party? Have you connected before, or could these be also like a momentum through these new constellations?
Yes, of course. And I was also thinking about, I don't know who said it, but the fact that patients and researchers are scared of each other. And that's also what I experience. I do a lot of research support the researchers in funding, for example, and there is often a requirement to note down in the grant agreement if you are doing research with patients or not. And they think that they have that they find it difficult, the researchers, to how to engage and how to start, and it's difficult and all sorts of things. So that's definitely a way that we can push it forward, I think. And also doing publications on when we do citizens engagement, because they can be a good way to show how you can do it.
Exactly. So I think that the initiatives also presented here now from Centennial and also somebody from Luxembourg, the engaging that and scaling that type of initiatives perhaps could bridge also that kind of fear. I also want to open up, of course, if there are questions directly from the audience, but then we need microphones because we are also online. One in the back. Yeah, we have microphones. If there's anybody wants to raise up here, William, Ireland.
Yeah, I'm very interested in the health technology assessment aspect. It's very topical at the moment in Ireland because we have big differences between public and private healthcare emerging, particularly in terms of therapeutic access. And there's a kind of a notional involvement of patient input into the process, which seems very tokenistic. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the training program, has that empowered, has that made a difference to the process? Or not, or have you been able to assess that in terms of the actual impact of your training program, but also the embedding of the patient input into the health technology assessment? Has it actually had an impact?
Yeah, well, I think it's too soon to kind of assess that because the new regulation is running since January 2025. So we have made sure that we had the right material ready for them to be trained, including soft skills, but then these individuals, after all this training is over, they will be part of a pool of trained experts that can be consulted by the European Commission when this time comes up. So I think it's very soon to kind of evaluate that, but we hope we reach that point.
Please weigh in.
Yeah, I'm just going to come in on that because I did the UPATI course a year after I was doing representations to the HTA body. This is before the new JCA. And I wished I'd done it the year before, because the knowledge and stuff that you gain on the drug development process is just, second to none. And I really would recommend that. But secondly, melanoma is also the first drug that has been, there's a first product going through the current JCA. It's pediatrics, and there's melanoma. And I will say it's a bit of a mess. In a true European way, we do it gently and make it a little bit of a mess, but it's getting better. And I would heartily agree that get some people trained up into it. It's not fair putting people into the process unless they have some training.
Exactly.
And they're much more effective if they are.
Yeah. Anita.
I want to jump in here because some of our people in the childhood cancer community, they already did this course, and I can see the difference. They are now going out and train others, and they are much more empowered now to take part in these processes. So we cannot say about their impact, but already about the impact that they are standing up and saying, oh, this is something what we have to bring to others. So there is already an impact.
Exactly.
And if I can add also something, so I am also a UPATI patient expert training, and I think it is very important, you see, to have people around of the table that are all trained. Otherwise, they do not take the voice. It's only a tick the box system, and it is definitively not powerful. In order to do that, I think it is very important that the patient put it itself into the skin of the researchers, and the researchers puts himself into the skin of the patient. We do not speak anymore about patient centricity or researcher centricity, but a real partnership. It is when we can really understand the other side, then we can co-create together.
Well, I think I was mainly focused on the regulation part, because now we have a new course. When it comes to the HTA, generally, we can definitely have seen the impact. It's true. Like, we see patient experts on the national level participate in committees, in boards, attending conferences, speaking out, because we have talked to them, and in the past they could not. They were feeling that they were lacking the resources. So now we see that happening. But when it comes to the regulation per se, it's kind of early to assess. Yeah, and I was mainly answering about that, because the project is building capacity on the regulation. Yeah.
Exactly.
But thank you very much for your...
I was also thinking back to Centennial. Also, you have created a huge pool of citizens with lived or experience, and also then collaborating in research. Have you also worked with capacity building and knowledge to participate in research, designing trial protocols and other aspects?
We are, but we are learning as walking too. And I was mentioning the co-created project, and in the co-created project, we always start by a co-training session where both researchers and people involved, whether they are former patients or not, co-train each other.
Yeah.
Some of, patients and citizens on their experience, and researchers on their expertise. Yeah, we did.
Personally also, we are doing that. And for example, when you have to submit a research project to the ethical committee, in Luxembourg there is no template for submission, and there is a lot of back and forwards from the ethical committee and the research center. And we build up in the LIH a group of patients now involved since 2 years. And of course, education, it is so important, and UPATI skills and tools really help us to do that, because we need to have trained people around of the table in order to be very, and we cobbled together a template that we are going to present to the ethical committee in September, in order to explain also to ethical committees the voice of the patient. They will bring their voice themselves, all together, researchers and patients.
That's perfect.
I want to just do a backup for the Sentinels here, because this is all about return on engagement. If we want patients, citizens involved, they have to have something coming back to them. Now, Sentinels, they do this great research, outreach. They bring researchers and things together. The results come back to the patients themselves. It's all explained to them, but it's across cancers too. I mean, they're doing one at the moment on the right to be forgotten. Is it working? How relevant is that to most patients in Europe at the moment with all the legislation that's going through and the battles that we've been having with it? So, this is return on engagement.
Yeah. Thank you, Gilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to close. Okay?
Yes, we have a few seconds left. So.
I only want to come back to
Yes.
echoes, because
Yes,
I think this is
exactly.
one thing what we really, why we are so happy to be here, to be invited, and that we are so many, that we really want to change something. But our most interest why we are there is to really get this done on a national level and to create a same, this is a mission. It's not a project, it's a mission. And this is what we are, this is what I wanted to say, because for us it's really important that to see that the Polish people have done it, and we have to do it in all countries.
Yeah. Exactly, and yes, that's really what the missions are about, to facilitate and make sure that we can work together within the countries and also within and between the countries, but also in the region at levels. And I think, as you said, building the ecosystem at a city level or other initiatives. But this is really on a mission, and where the research has to be embedded with all the other parts of actually creating the system's readiness for tomorrow. And with that, I think we will have to close this session. And thank you so much for the discussion. And at least we had some interaction with the audience. And I hope we will see great synergies. And as you can see, this is all about the shared knowledge and collaborations. And we have to build that together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ebba, and all of you for being here, presenting and sharing your excellent examples. I don't know if it is just me, but I'm just feeling very, not just excited, but inspired. I already texted my team saying, we need to implement this in Portugal in our national cancer mission hubs, because these stories are really, impressive, and we have the connection, we have the people here, so we can go and ask, how did you do? What do you know that you didn't tell on stage? Give us all the tricks and tips, and so we can do it at least as good as you do. And with this, and with these inspiring examples, I now invite you for a 30 minutes break before the next session. And please don't forget to pass by the booth where you can find more of these examples, and you can, again, relate with the people and connect with people and getting all this information. Thank you very much for being here, and see you in 30 minutes. welcome back, everyone. I hope you still have some energy left for the last part of the day. So before we start this next session, just want to put things here a little bit on context. So today we started with some welcoming from our hosts, the mission, the project, the cancer community here in Warsaw, in Poland. After that, we heard about citizens' engagement overall, not dedicated to cancer, but different perspectives, how citizens' engagement can improve the results, the output of a given initiative. We digged into what is the status of the art of cancer care, cancer research here in Poland. We did the Cancer Pulse. And then we engage into, so once you frame the problem, you engage with the community. And these were the very, and priceless examples from the City Cancer Challenge and what they are doing in low and middle income countries. After that, we went to citizens' engagement and patient engagement in cancer research. So we had cancer care, cancer research, and now we are closing the cycle with the quality of life. So citizens' participation, status of the art, community engagement, research, and now quality of life. So it's my pleasure to invite Gili from the Melanoma Patient Europe Network to take the stage and to guide us into this very, very interesting panel that is now starting. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hugo. So as you can see, you were expecting Bettina Ruhl. Unfortunately, she's had to go due to a family emergency. So you have a very poor second, but I will do my best in this session. So thanks still all for being here at the end. This is, of course, as a melanoma patient carer, is absolutely a vital situation. I mean, life is more than survival. So this is an expert panel that we're going to have. We know how much people suffer during treatment, but prepared to put a lot up. But we want people to have lives worth living after the end of their cancer treatment and during their cancer treatment. So this is why we've got this expert panel. So I'm going to start with a few slides. They are Bettina's slides. So if I trash them, many apologies. So brace yourself for impact. Part of the ECOS one model was to build these impact models. From my perspective as a patient advocate, we need to measure impact. We are not here, we are using European money. We are not here to just do projects and to have a cushy little life for ourselves. We need to be measuring impact to show that what we're doing is important. So we need these impact models, but we also know that we are very diverse, complex, different communities. We're here in Poland, but every other country has different issues. So brace yourself for impact. This is all coming. I came from a part of the sector of humanitarian aid, where impact measurement has been done for a long time. So ECOS has developed 4 great models, and I need to just go through those a little bit. So we want to make a positive difference. Yeah, this is what we're all here for. We're all multi-stakeholders. We can only do it if everybody is on board. We've heard all about the pentahelixes. We all need to be in there, including the patients, patient advocates, all the specialities, policymakers, private, public, everything. And we know it's complex, and you can't shoehorn complex problems into a strategy. You have to live and embrace complexity. But we need some tools, we need some frameworks how we can do this. And the difference we want to make require change in these complex. And change comes from everybody doing the right thing to nudge the whole thing slowly in the right direction, so that we actually have patients surviving longer and better when they actually go through it. So if we want to be successful, our concepts, methods, and tools need to be fit for purpose. So ECOS impact models helps the cancer community have maximum impact,
help spot and leverage opportunities and synergies. A great part of the mission is synergizing across all of the projects, working together. This is not in silos anymore. We don't have the capacity in Europe to do this anymore. We have to work in this way. Account for system properties, especially no single problem owner. So we cannot just say, I'm doing this in my area, and this is really good, and I'm sure that will just replicate across. Because I can tell you I work in France, and if it comes from somewhere else, they will say, not invented here. It's not a good attitude to have, but that's what happens. Be simple, but not simplistic, lightweight, cheap. There's not a lot of money in this. We need to do this because we need to do it. Coalition of the willing. So we've been building impact pathways or working on impact pathways for quite a long time, and this is from one of the centres that they've been running through the ECOS project. This is really interesting because it's more about the sphere of control. So the activities you do, you have total control over it. The outputs, you have total control over it. You think you have control when you go out to outcomes, but you don't. You are taking your publication, whatever you've done, and you're giving it over to someone else. That is a little bit up to them then what to do. So we have to foster synergies, relationships, where people are going to hopefully do good things with our outputs. And when it comes to impacts, it's not in your control. There's policies, there's money, there's all kinds of other things. But if we all work together, you can do these little nudges from every aspect in this complex adaptive system. So so we basically used ECOS, and ECOS was wonderful enough to invite us all as the pan-cancer patient community to do a model on survivorship, which we did 2 days ago. We all got into the room, all of the cancer umbrellas, and we selected things that we thought were important from the survivorship angle. Long-term impact of cancer treatments, normality, relationships, mental well-being, finances, and autonomy. And we all got together, we worked for 3 hours, we came up with some really cool activity outcomes all the way to impact, put them all together. It's published on Miro, and I will show you an example of what we've done with it. So that's the event, and this is all the cancer umbrellas in weekend, which is quite a lot of the umbrellas. And then this is an example. It's actually the bladder cancer colleagues' example, and this is with the linearity on it, what your activities are going to do, what it's gone to the outputs, where it's gone with the outcomes, and what the impacts are potentially. And we did it retrospectively. So where do we want to be? Yeah, and then work back. What do we need to do in order to get there? Retrospective is much easier in that environment, and we've all been in European projects, and we've seen where this hasn't worked. And we've done this in our current iTopos project, where we work back from where our activities, where we thought we would have impact, we didn't. Where we didn't think we had impact, but because we had the space to do it, we had these really serendipitous and amazing kind of impacts that we didn't expect necessarily. So also give yourself space in these things. But this is just to show, in 3 days, the whole community has produced something that's pretty amazing. So impactful actions for a better quality of life. I'm going to leave it at that one because I think we can't go through all of these because I want to get the speakers on board. So I'm going to ask all my speakers, you guys know best what the situation is, from palliative care all the way to through life, right to be forgotten, and living as a patient. So I'm going to just ask everyone to come up to this panel. So we have Alexandra Rudnicka from Allcan, Poland. Please come up. Just bear. We have Professor Françoise Meunier. Thank you. Norbert Couspel from the European Cancer Organization. And my hard-working weekend colleague, Jan Geisler. So I'm going to ask you to give a 5-minute, quick, short, as it's coming towards the end of the day, presentation, and we'll start with Alexandra. Yeah. No, maybe we need to go to the end of those ones. Oh, is it that one? It's not very receptive. It's gone all the way to the end. Here we go. There we go. So just press that one very gently because it's very oversensitive.
My topic, palliative care, is not popular. On this? Yes. But it is becoming more and more important. Why? What is the role of palliative care today? The development of medicine has made significant progress recently. Because of this, some cancers that were previously terminal, with only a few months of life, have become a chronic condition. Patients now live for many years, struggling not only with the disease's symptoms, but also with the adverse effect of innovative treatments. This affects their quality of life. It applies especially to oncological patients. Currently, the role of palliative care goes beyond providing dignified pain control, end of life. Today is not only end-of-life care. It should start at the time of diagnosis and support the patient's whole life. What are the tasks of palliative care today? Palliative care addresses not only the physical aspect of life, but also the psychological, emotional, spiritual, sexual, and social dimensions. It helps live better with illness, stay active in family and social life, and even continue working. I don't. It's not. Okay. Oh, and. Holistic palliative care improves the patient's quality of life, helping them feel included in society despite illness. From the patient's perspective, it ensures well-being during illness. From the state, development and good functioning of palliative care is a beneficial investment in citizen health and allows some ill people to lead normal lives, continue work, and pay taxes. Palliative care is often confused with palliative treatment, but they are not the same. They should be given at the same time. When a patient hears that they are getting palliative treatment and are referred to palliative care, he often feels it means the end of life. Because of this, patient may choose alternative therapies that are not based on science. The truth is that many patients can still live for many years with a good quality of life. We should present palliative care from this perspective for patients and their family. We also should dispel the myths surrounding palliative care. What are the changes in palliative care in Poland recently? In addition to education, information is also very important. A lack of it is a barrier to get palliative care. A good solution to this issue is the website Opieka Paliatywna Info, where a patient can find the nearest to their home palliative care facility of other useful information. We also cooperate with decision makers. I often participate in parliamentary meetings. As a palliative care advocate, I represented patients in a group of experts established by the Ministry of Health to prepare the palliative care strategy. Our success was the lifting of the limit of financing of palliative care service in public health system. The development of palliative care in Poland is included in national health strategy documents, such as the National Oncology Strategy. In Polish oncology, the process of creating recommendation for palliative care is also underway. The introduction will have an impact on the quality of palliative care. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, and obviously very important area in palliative care area. I'm going to ask Françoise Meunier to come up, a doyenne of the Right to be Forgotten.
Thank you. More and more patients are surviving and have a long way of living after the diagnosis. And more patients are considered as cured or without relapse in remission on long term. And when we speak about quality of life, there are, no, I don't have slides. No. When we speak about quality of life, there are many aspects to be taken into account. It's a long-term side effect, chronic fatigue, fear of death, of recurrence, but also those patients who feel very well and who would like to get back to what we call, a funny word, normalcy, normal life. And that includes return to work, adoption, having a child, and also having access to financial services. And my project on those aspects is only restricted to access to financial services because I believe that all issues are equally important, but specific problems require specific solutions. And I really believe that the financial access is probably one of the easiest one to get a specific solution because we got the model of countries who have already adopted such legislation. And so it is important to realize that it's a matter of fairness, of equality, of all EU citizens to be treated similarly when they're considered cured. And so in France, we have the law which paved the way, which in fact got me a lot of inspiration. And I was saying, if it's work in France, it should work for all the EU citizens. And now, today, there are 9 countries who have a legal aspect. While 9 countries, we could dream about an European solution. And the Beating Cancer Plan had in line on paper that we should build. But we end up with a lot of reluctancy from insurance company, and despite many meetings, we end up with a proposal of a code of conduct. And I must say, I am very blunt, I don't like a code of conduct because it's not binding and it's a trap. Because the day you have a code of conduct, the insurance will say, we have signed a code of conduct, and they don't move. And so I absolutely will do everything I can to have a legal framework which binds the insurance to this concept. And one of the major arguments is that it is working, it is effective, and as I used to say, I already said it twice, I think, there is no French insurance which is bankrupt since 10 years that the law exists in France. So if it exists and possible in France, it should be for all European citizens. And another argument is that Belgium followed 2-3 years after France. And both Belgium and France are desescalating. They start with 10 years delay. We are now at 5 years delay. There are even industry, insurance company who are abandoning medical questionnaire for some cancer up to 2,000 euros per person for loans. And so if insurance themselves desescalate, it's the best argument and the best proof to see that this is feasible and this should be our target. Now, to come back on an European solution, you know that perhaps the mortgage directive is going to be amended. There we will have to be extremely careful because I am strongly disappointed with the revision of the Consumer Credit Directive. The Consumer Credit Directive has been revised. It has now passed the Council, has to be implemented by each member state, like all the directive, by November 2025. But in the document, it says the insurance managed to say that the delay is for the right to be forgotten, for the Consumer Credit Directive, up to 15 years. You realize? 15 years. And that is impossible. So we really continue the fight for the Consumer Credit Directive, but also meanwhile, that's one extra reason to try to get a legal aspect in all the EU member countries, because the EU member countries who have a legal aspect with 5 years, they are not going to implement the Consumer Credit Directive with 15 years. So the challenge is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, and I can only just endorse that. I mean, living in France, we wait for the 5 years to come up before our financial security is hopefully there. And we heard in the earlier session how the Sentinels is actually doing a study on is this working in France, which I think is really cool, and it kind of ties up a nice circle. So now I'm going to ask Norbert Couspel to come up and give the European Cancer Organization.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not sure if I can have my slides. Thank you. All right, I'll be flicking through a few things. But so what I do is obviously, this is Jan. Yeah, that's me. All right. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So I'll try not to repeat myself, as I was already having the honor of speaking this morning, but already, obviously, really humbled to be sitting in this panel among really esteemed patient advocates and other experts. So really happy to be here to provide perspective on the topic of quality of life of ECO. So of course, like I did this morning, taking a bit of a policy perspective on things. Again, just reflecting on the moment that we are living here right now in Europe. I think it's important to realize that the topic of quality of life has been, at least to some degree, in cancer, an EU priority. And that's not something that was the case before. That wasn't something that was the case certainly before 2019. So as mentioned already many times today, we have a Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and EU Cancer Mission. But it's important to highlight that in both of these initiatives, we didn't talk only about treatment. We also talked about prevention, that's also important, but we talked also about quality of life. So quality of life has been a key pillar of both initiatives, the Cancer Mission and the Beating Cancer Plan. That's something important to acknowledge when we talk about the topic here. Obviously, we know that in many cases that has not been, let's say, the most developed of the pillars, but that's still there. And we know that with the support of the European Commission, many projects have been starting or are ongoing at the moment. Of course, the Cancer Survivor Smart Card, the Network of Youth Cancer Survivors, the inaugural project under the Cancer Mission. We have a coordinator here, the European Cancer Patient Digital Center, and many others. So important to start with that. When it comes to our work as an organization in the topic, we have focused topic networks, as one of them is focused on survivorship and quality of life. So it has been established since 2020, very much with the idea of establishing a platform to fight against discriminations faced by cancer survivors, and Dr. Meunier was exemplifying one major discrimination that many cancer survivors are experiencing, but also to foster attention to the quality of life issues faced by cancer patients, of course on the medical side, and our colleague from Poland was exemplifying the need for palliative care, but also the psychosocial side as well. And we are very happy to have more than 200 experts in our group. So talking about policy priorities, so what do we think we need to do right now when it comes to quality of life in cancer at the European level? First, we have something called survivorship care planning. That has been a topic since, well, definitely before 2019. Past joint actions on cancer were setting up standards and guidelines about this, and we know that in many countries still we don't really have a survivorship care planning implemented. So we think that's really the time to accelerate on that. Mental health is being, of course, a topic for society, but it's, of course, very much of a topic, as we know, for cancer patients and for all of those who are also surviving the disease. And in many cases, mental health services for cancer patients are not really in place in countries, and so we think there's really a need to advance this at national level when it comes to psycho-oncology. We're here very busy talking about patient engagement, citizen engagement. We cannot do anything on this if we don't actually listen to those experiencing the health care system. So patient-reported outcome, patient-reported experience measures are really important. We need to move forward with integrating these things into care, into research, into policy. Some projects such as EONCO are doing a great job at starting this, but we need definitely to do more at national level. Some things such as the European Disability Card also provide good opportunity. Reintegration into the workplace, of course, is important. Right to be forgotten, as Dr. Meunier was mentioning. And also something else. So we have a beating cancer plan, we have a cancer mission, this is all great, this is starting good projects. But if these projects are not sustained, are not supported, we're just going to be stopping halfway. So this is really now a commitment to all of us to speak up and to show that we do not want to stop halfway, we want to make good use of public money as well, and we want to kind of take these initiatives to completion via second phases where needed. And a number of these initiatives are right now quite desperately needing a second phase. So it's also a policy priority to also work on that. And that will be one of my last slides, but thinking about overarching priorities in the field, so stepping a bit away from a very policy dimension. First of all, many people are talking about quality of life, and sometimes some are not fully appreciating that we're talking about so many different situations. People across the cancer pathway have quality of life needs that are very diverse and very different between the active treatment phase, the survivorship phase, palliative care phase. These are all really very different, and we need to acknowledge the diversity of these needs. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is we really need to, for health systems, to move from a cure-focused approach to a quality of life-focused approach. All the surveys from citizens, from patients, are saying people want quality of life. This is the number one priority. Health systems need to redesign and adapt to this, and there's still a long way to go to get there. A very final thing in terms of an example of what we think can be a good patient and citizen engagement tool, the European Code of Cancer Practice obviously the development has involved many already sitting on this stage, many patient advocates from ECO, and we think this is an important manifesto of what cancer patients have rights for. In Europe, this is 10 rights translated in all European languages. There's also the Polish version on stage. Happy to be in touch after the session on this. So yeah, happy to leave space for more discussion.
So much, Norbert. And I think ECO has a great kind of convener role in this kind of area between all of us. So thanks for that. Jan, now we can come from a person with patient experience, and I think you're going to do the Elan model. Back, it's very, very sensitive.
So I mean, you've seen my talk now 3 times. Do you have any questions? No. I mean, this topic is really important to me. I mean, imagine a world when nobody has to die from cancer any longer. And I mean, that's what we're talking about everywhere. When we hear about cancer moonshots in the US, if we hear about the cancer mission over here in Europe, we actually imagine a world where actually survival is no longer our problem. But what will be our problem then? Our problem will then be survivorship, because cancer will occur. That's the nature of human beings, that there will be cancer. Unless we prevent it, and we won't prevent it in most cases, then people will suffer from that, will go through therapies, and then live on. And I've been diagnosed with cancer 24 years ago with a leukemia that at that time killed half of the people in 3 to 4 years. And I've also been the witness of innovative therapies, which is why I'm still here today. And I've been off therapies after 14 years of treatment and after phase 1 study with 2 experimental drugs. So there's a lot of innovation going on. And when we meet with the 24 cancer patient advocacy networks, of course, quality of life and survivorship means very different things. It's different for my disease, where we have almost normal survival under current therapies. But we also faced diseases. Gilly mentioned it earlier on. Melanoma was a very different beast a couple of years ago, and now half of the people with late-stage melanoma can survive. And now what I want to talk about is acute leukemias, which is also one of the networks I've co-founded. And that's a very different leukemia than mine. It actually, usually you're being diagnosed when first symptoms appear. You got 24 hours or 48 hours of hospitalization and start of treatment. Otherwise, you're dead. So that's a very different cancer. And what the clinical community looks at is, of course, survival, because we need to keep these patients alive. But nobody's been asking the questions, how do they survive if they make it? And about half of patients survive, so how do they live on? If you ask the clinicians, I mean, it's a bit like you should feel grateful that you have survived. So forget about, family planning, quality of life. What do you complain about? Family planning, sexuality, all these things that people suffer when they're acute leukemia patients. Nobody had data. And so what we care about in all the networks is actually to build evidence around that, about the questions that are not being asked, about the stuff that is actually not being addressed by the clinical community, which is quality of life and survivorship. And the workshop we had, Gilly had shown our 3 hours exercise here in Warsaw. there's so much knowledge in the community about what survivorship means and all the different dimensions across different cancers. And of course, I mean, you've seen the slides, but what we're doing is we're trying to do evidence-based advocacy, and we're doing this on the national level in the cancer mission hubs then as well, where the patients are involved, because we want to change how healthcare is being delivered, how research is being done on the national level. And we as umbrella organizations trying to work with the European institutions to do the same thing. And most research groups are usually pan-European and global. So those are the guys we need to work with as a community too. So I just want to highlight a couple of things, because in acute leukemias, it was exactly that situation. I'm one of the founders of the network, and there was nothing. We didn't have any acute leukemia patient advocate on the board because there were so little, such a small number of survivors, so that those that made it actually didn't want to go into advocacy. They tried to get as far away as they can. This has changed over the years, and we now have AML and ALL survivors on our board. But there was no data about what it means to survive acute leukemias. So we said, okay, we need to generate that. So we ran a quality of life survey, and anyone who wants to tell me every questionnaire should have below 10 questions, I mean, here's the counter example. We had 99 questions in our quality of life survey, and we got more than 500 responses to that. So there is evidence, and we asked everything, all the different domains, because we wanted to know how people feel, how they function, what the long-term effects are on sexuality, on quality of life, on fatigue, on whatever. So there's some stuff, and we publish that data. We also are running a patient and carer preference study at the moment, because we not only want to know what people suffer from, we also want to know what they value and also what the carers value. And this was super interesting, and I would love to talk for another half hour about the results, but in 2 weeks we're going to be at the European Hematology Association, and we as a patient organization have 3 posters and 1 oral session presenting our data at a medical conference, because we want the clinicians in acute leukemias to take care of us when we're surviving. And we have rock solid evidence. So what, I guess you're going to get the slides of the session. You can see all the publications. This is about the patient care preference study. And by the way, one of the topmost concerns in our question of the patients and patient preferences was that they were more concerned about how the carers suffer from their leukemia than they suffer themselves, because it actually drags down the whole family. And there's a lot of stuff we did, and you can actually see here's the discrete choice experiment, so you can do robust data gathering, and it doesn't need to be the clinical community running it. The patient community can run it too, and we can inform the system from health technology assessment over clinical, over the regulators and HTA about what patients really care about. So this is the published work we have as Alan in patient care preferences, and these are the reference that we have on the quality of life data. So if you're interested, read it or come to EHA in 3 weeks. We're really excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jan. And I think it's a very important lesson to us, is that well-organized and well-trained patient community can actually produce really great quality of life data that we've never seen before. So I think this is something big. Now we've got these wonderful people here, and we need to pick their brains a little bit so that we can learn a little bit from this. So I'm going to just starting from the beginning, what we were talking about, the models and the impact models and things. And so reflecting on this sort of WeCan ECOS impact model on quality of life and survivorship and your own experience, what are your thoughts?
I think this model should include a proposal for comprehensive cancer care, including including supportive treatment, such as pain management and dealing with the side effects of therapy, all of which are part of palliative care. In my experience, patients who use supportive care cope better with the challenges of living with cancer. Unfortunately, they often have to arrange and pay for this care themselves. Because public health centers in Poland, for example, don't provide access to specialists like psychologists, or dietitians, this service is not covered. It is a big problem for me, and it is my proposals.
Françoise, please, the same question.
Yes, well, concerning the financial toxicity, I would say there are still a lack of awareness about the extent of the problem in different countries. And in order to get that, we should more conscientize the healthcare provider. And for that, I think we should establish long-term follow-up clinic, because the oncologist who is treating an acute leukemic patient usually don't know what the patient has become 10 years later, or what is his major needs and requests. And so they are overwhelmed with the treatment of actual patients who are in an emergency needing care. And so it's perhaps different type of teams and multidisciplinary team who should take care of the long-term follow-up, and establishing within such major plans such as mission and beating cancer plan, and so long-term follow-up clinic with dedicated healthcare professional to the survivorship requests and needs and issue. For me, it's important to increase the awareness and to see the extent of the problem. And then when you have that, for me, the most powerful tool to change things, and policy and politician, is to have patient testimony. Because when you have patient testimony explaining, I had a leukemia when I was 15, I am now 35, I have done business school, I want to create my enterprise and this, or I want to have kids, patient testimony are able to convince politicians.
Totally agree. Norbert, you've also been involved in the ECOS project. So I'm interested to know what do you want me to ask the question again? Or you've got it? Cool.
So far got it.
Good.
No, thanks. I mean, great to see the workshop Weekend and ECOS have been doing together on the impact models. And I would have two main reflections on this. First, I think this is an opportunity to turn a challenge into an asset, I think. Because, again, just taking a bit of perspective from where we are when we sit, the moment that we are in, etc. All what we're talking about at the end costs public money. That's a reality. And public money is being demanded on all sides. We know about the geopolitics, we know about everything. So we have a challenge here to basically get public money to still support healthcare and cancer care and good initiatives aiming at improving everything. I think these sorts of projects, impact models, are basically have a potential of giving all of us as a community an asset to actually demonstrate that rather than just asking for more, we're actually providing a solution to spend better on the right things. And I think this is something that we should, again, coming back to the slide that Jan was using, the right packaging. I think the right packaging is having a sort of positive messaging. We're providing a solution here to spend better and actually make a difference, which is what any public person wants to do and wants to be able to say. So that would be one perspective. And the second perspective, just on the quality of life topic, again, we're sitting here as a cancer community. And I'm sure all of us are well conscious that cancer systems are part of health systems, are part of social services, are part of much wider things. So quality of life in cancer, actually, I think, needs also to be looked at as quality of life in healthcare, quality of life in society. And if we are really to push for systems that are prioritizing quality of life more than cure, more than survival only, which is what we all want, I think it's also by ensuring we break down silos and we try to involve as much as possible other communities that want the same thing, so we can really work together to redesign health systems and public systems in general.
Great pragmatic answer for complex systems. Jan, you were in this workshop yesterday, hardworking. Your perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like the impact model because, and let's start differently. What I learned from the impact model workshop is that we started at the end, because in the end we could do a zillion things in the national cancer mission hubs, in the cancer mission. I mean, so much stuff we could do and would be very important, but in the end we need to think about impact for patients first. So does that really change the needle largely of how patients live on with cancer or live with cancer or survive, whatever? And then move backwards, what activities do we do over outcome and output? And that's what I learned actually at the workshop just in 3 hours 2 days ago, that actually we all started from the end and said, what do we want to change, where we want to have impact, how do we get the outcomes that we want, and so what do we need to undertake? And I think that's what we sometimes forget when we do this kind of landscape analysis and workshops with citizens and so on, that we sometimes forget it's about what is the big picture, because we need to funnel from 1,000 different options how to improve quality of life into the 3 things that we can actually accomplish, which will really change the needle how patients survive and live on. So I learned a lot, and actually when I was looking at the Miro board this morning after our workshop, I started exactly at the end with these things and said, what kind of impacts did we come up with? And so what should we discuss probably in the session? I learned a lot.
Great, and the variety within the community, I think this is a really important thing to see, is that everybody has a slightly different view on the impact they want, because they have a different view of quality of life and survivorship. So, and that's something that we have to kind of concertina in, not forget anyone, but come up with something that's, you know, impact for everyone as much as possible. So, cool. Okay, so second question, this is a challenging one. So in relation to your own work, where do you see the major challenges?
In my work as an advocate of advocate for people receiving palliative care, I see the biggest challenge in increasing awareness among the public, patients, their families, and doctors about the current role of palliative care, so that patients are not afraid of it, and understood its importance for the quality of life in illness. Further, my organization, we have started with campaign, Palliative Care Ensures Quality of Life During Illness. It is very important for community. For community.
Françoise.
Well, for me, is convince politicians, but mainly overcome the obstruction of insurance company. And that is a huge task.
And how do you think that we can change that a little bit?
Showing where it is effective and that it doesn't affect the liability of insurance.
So the insurance system doesn't just collapse when you do it? Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Norbert.
But they are risk reluctant, and so
yes.
It's part of their business.
Small nudges.
Yeah, tricky question indeed. I mean, sitting in a policy-focused role, I think it would be the sort of a policy translation and sort of vision of equality aspect, because we are here talking about European Union initiatives on quality of life. Let's face it, when it comes to actually improving quality of life, we're talking about a national competence. Every country does, you know, its own thing. But at the same time, we're all committed to a European vision where we want all cancer patients, all those having cancer experience, having the same rights, the same quality of life. So this challenge of translating a vision where everybody has the same thing or has something equitable to the level where it happens, which is largely in silos, I think is the main challenge. And I think this is actually where what we're doing here and the National Cancer Mission Hubs have really their full meaning, because they are actually positioned exactly in this interface between a European vision and the national sort of context. So I think really looking forward to actually seeing how National Cancer Mission Hubs can play this role of being on the ground, translating what we all agree is a common vision to actually action on the ground.
Jan, challenges.
Well, can I be very blunt? I usually am. I would say being invited to the dissemination work package. That's the biggest challenge, because in the end, no, seriously, we're very often invited at a very late stage in these projects. And my fear is, of course, if I think about cancer mission hubs, that we will all deal with building them up. And then, yes, we also need a patient on that. And can we put somebody in the coordination team, maybe, and yeah, maybe in the dissemination work package, because we need to reach out to the citizens, you know? But this doesn't work. We need to be part of the design. We need to be part of the decisions. We need to be part of when things are being created, and not just, you know, when the trial doesn't recruit, when we can't reach enough people in a citizen workshop, or when we can't talk enough about the results that we have. I think this is not where impact is. And that's why the main challenge very often, whether in clinical research or in trial design or whatever, is that we're often invited at the stages when the main decision have already been made, maybe based on desk research without involving us. And then in the end, probably we set the wrong priorities, and we probably work on things that are me too, or are not changing the needle in terms of impact. So that's my main challenge very often. And I'm not saying mine, it's probably the challenge of the community and of all the umbrellas, that we need to be very early involved and need to be part of the design.
Great. And because I hate ending on the problems, we want solutions. From all of your perspectives, where do we need major policy action going forward?
I think we should increase public health funding for supportive treatment to improve its quality and accessibility. As a medicine moves forward, giving palliative care to cancer patients will be an even bigger challenge. Right now, in Poland, for example, 87% of people in palliative care are cancer patients. Recently in Poland, project for lung cancer unit was announced. In this project, palliative care for lung cancer patient was implemented. This is, for me, example of thinking ahead.
Françoise, go for it. Solutions.
Well, make the survivor more vocal and perhaps use the unique new setting of the hubs and collaboration with the hubs to have really a uniform pan-European survivors' voice.
Great. Norbert, solutions.
I can't say a legal framework for right to be forgotten, I guess. That would be repetitive. No, I would say training, capacity building, and culture change. I think I really need it when we talk about quality of life. We want everybody to understand what we're talking about. We want this capacity in the countries to make this vision a reality. It doesn't mean necessarily more money, it means sometimes just being more efficient and smart in the systems. Of course, that means training as well, but that means also that both for people affected by the disease and those also caring for these people, cancer is not a death sentence. That culture change needs to happen. Palliative care, as our colleague was saying, is just not a death sentence either. That's about improving quality of life. So I think investing in that culture change is really a priority.
Great. Jan, policy changes, solutions.
Well, I think solutions is have strong patient involvement across the cancer mission hubs. And I'm at the moment not 100% clear how that works. But yesterday at the launch event, we discussed about the network of networks. You know, that's one of the main goals of ECHOS and ECHOS 2 and later on is actually build a network between the national activities. And it's not that this is starting from scratch. In Germany, we've had many years of National Decade Against Cancer, where we have done tremendous work with very strong patient participation in the areas of cancer research and cancer care. And so, of course, they're not waiting for the EU to come. There are strong people on that side too. And I think what we need to accomplish is that the patient advocates that are on the national level, that are involved in the upcoming cancer mission hubs, are being part of the European network of cancer mission hubs, and that they play a role in the discussions we have here, that we actually play that back and make sure that the cancer mission hubs are focused around patient needs on the national level in terms of implementation and local programs, and they sync up well with what we try to accomplish with the cancer mission. And I think that's what we can accomplish now with ECHOS 2, is getting that network done between the patient organizations in that kind of pentahelix that is done on the European level and on the national level.
So you mean feedback back to the mission from where it's coming from.
Yes.
Do you think they're expecting that?
Well, we tell them. No, I think it's all very collaborative.
Yep.
And we just need to get it done, not just talk about it. I think that's always the challenge.
Great. Perfect. Okay, so we have a little bit of time for questions from the audience. So this is sort of survivorship, quality of life, how to measure impact. Go for it.
Hiya, I am the question. Well, first of all, obviously.
Please introduce yourself first so we know you.
My name is Anya. I run IO Survivors patient organization in Poland, but I'm also involved in many European projects. And, you know, it's such a privilege for us to be here. But at the end of the day, did any one of us thought how they actually down the patient in that hospital or that survivor, that, you know, random, whatever, Germany, France, Poland, does know about those things we're doing here? So maybe we should rethink a bit as well how we communicating broader, and we establishing amazing hubs, we're having a lot of budgets, but at the end of the day, I guarantee you that the average Joe or the Kowalski has no clue what we're doing. So perhaps we should also think about not just be in an amazing information exchange bubble and budgets and information, but actually make sure that that person down either in the ward in a hospital or the nurses, the staff, the researchers know about those amazing things. I have no idea how we're gonna do that, right? I'm not bringing a solution because otherwise if I would have it, I would be able to share, but have that patient, have that survivor in mind every time we are establishing a new program, every time we're establishing a new project. And I hope that the right to be forgotten is not going to be either just a privilege, it's going to be a standard. And thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone want to answer that?
Well, I can probably comment on that because I mean, those that have spoken to me over the last couple of days that know that I'm quite critical about, you know, town halls or so, because with 400 million, more than 400 million Europeans in the EU member states and more than 400,000 GPs across the European Union, I mean, there's not so many events we can ever fund from the European level to actually reach out to the general population. But think about our perspective. I mean, in the again, we have a lot of we can here, but the 24 umbrellas that we have in there, those 24 umbrellas, we've just done a rough estimation. We have about 1,800 national patient organizations as our members. And if you calculate that each of these 1,800 organizations has probably an outreach to 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 50,000 patients, depending on commonality of the disease, there's a lot of, let's say, outreach into the community. And my impression is if we get that right with the National Cancer Mission hubs, and if we make sure that we're not trying to, you know, tell from the top down and try to do some flagship events somewhere, but if we integrate the patient community to reach out to all the families affected with cancer and their friends and their networks and the people they contact in Facebook groups, we have a chance. So that's why I always think we need to work with communities. And we had some great examples also during the sessions out there of community work. I think that's probably an approach because I think just, you know, have a big European awareness campaign won't fix it.
And this is part of the big picture of citizen engagement. Yes, in cancer, patients are the citizens that kind of need to have the biggest push, but you know, you can't do it without all citizens feel they own this. And I totally agree with you. Ugo, you had a question? Or this one there? Yeah.
Do you want me to go first? Okay. So hi, I'm Eleni from the Mission on Cancer Board. So you talked about impact, which is very important, and you also talked about accountability, which is also important. So I was wondering, how do you measure impact? You know, I mean, impact is not just outreach, you know. I was wondering if there are any indicators that you use, quantitative indicators, even qualitative indicators, to measure the long-term impact, such as hospitalizations or money saved, cost savings, or quality surveys, you know, do you use to give to the patients for quality of life measures? Do you do any baseline and you compare pre and post? It's just
Jan, you're probably the best one to answer. I mean, I would just start off with that. I mean, I came from a background in international development, where for years, 30, 40 years, we had to measure the impact of the things that we were doing. And when I came into healthcare, not because I chose to, but because my husband was a patient, I was quite shocked that this impact was not really being measured. Nobody had the right tools. So, you know, even when we've been doing the impact assessments and what we've been doing, we've been trying it out in some of the Horizon projects that we've been doing. It's messy. You know, you try and get grassroots impact assessments, you try and get UNDP, USAID, all the big projects, nothing really fits, and we know we're working on national and international and across Europe levels, and there needs to be some kind of coordination and standardization and things. But I think we just have to do this. We have to try it out. We have to get enough people doing it. We have to get the patient organizations where the real crux of the skin is in the game kind of people are. But it will be messy to start with, and that's part of this complex adaptive system. We just need to be agile enough to be moving through. This one works. This one is usable in another country or another indication. It is messy because we haven't done it for 30, 40 years like they have. And it's not to say that in the development sector it's great, because in our project we've turned it on, you know, impact for a project. You know, when you have the deliverables and everything like that, there's a measure of, you know, how many posts, how many publications. That's not what's impacting patients. A paper doesn't save a life. It's going into the system that saves a life. So that's why I think it has to be really coming from the patient. And we turned it all on its head and we said, what is impact for us? And this, then we feed back. And this we're trying in one of the projects that we're just in, we'll be reporting out fairly soon, just to try an impact workbook, you know, do the retrospective like Jan says. I think it's super useful because we haven't really done it enough either, but going through a project and then retrospectively looking back at your activities and your outputs and your outcomes and the impact, because it's unexpected impacts that you get. You need to allow the serendipity moments, the actual impact, like the deliverables that we had where we thought we would have impact, we didn't. And the other areas where we weren't expecting to have impact, we had huge impact. So it's about doing it, mapping it, actually just doing it, asking these questions, do it retrospectively. We did a first prospective one of the expectations of what we thought the impact would be, and they kind of measure in some places, but not a lot. So we just have to do it. And I think, I don't know if anybody else has a comment on that. I think.
No, I mean, I can just say in the presentation we had earlier on here in the room, for those that were there, looking at the projects in low and middle income countries where they were looking at system change on the city level. This was so amazing. And one of the slides that I had to take immediately a photograph of was about the metrics of measuring impact, where she said a lot of, I can't repeat them because it's not my talk, it was fantastic to number of, percentage of, or proportion of, she had measures about almost everything, how the system changed and how they can capture success of the program. And I was really amazed about that. And probably there's no global indicator we can use for the cancer mission all across, it might be different. But capturing them and showing that 3 years later, this indicator has changed, already shows that kind of impact that these programs will have. So I really like what I heard earlier on. I need to look at that again.
Check. And then we need to, just the same as everything else, validate them in systems. Does it work in this scenario? If it doesn't, why not? What indicators do we need to change? It's going to be messy, complex system, but we have to just try and work within it. So there's a question here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting examples shown about quality of life assessment and everything. I would only like to reply a little bit about the different ways. Actually, well, we do not have to forget that cancer outcome research is already well established and traditionally working. We have cancer registries measuring very relevant outcomes. Probably what I agree with you is, of course I agree because I'm very much involved in this kind of studies. What we need to complement is traditional outcomes like survivor, morbidity, whatever, with quality. Because as you know, patients want to know not only how, of course, they want to live more. This is our main aim, to improve the length of life of patients, but they also want to know how they are going to live and what are the effects of the treatments that may save their life, but yet leave consequences. And this means, as you were mentioning, measuring quality of life. But we do have actually indicators. First indicators were developed, traditional ones were developed in research for health technology assessment, and here we have things. What we are now needing is we also have tools, Norbert mentioned one, which we are going to develop to be used more widely, not only in small patient population. What we need to have is implementation of this kind of measurements, because this is outside the thoughts and the research is also, unfortunately. And I also like that the bottom-up from patient and advocacy about the importance of this kind of outcomes is needed from patients and patient associations. So I agree with Ian proposing that the possibility to have to reach out and disseminate also to the general public the relevance of these kind of tools. These are not only piece of papers to fill in when you go somewhere and burning surveys. I'm very happy that you mentioned that you were able to have a high number of responses on long questionnaires, because this is something we always struggle with, 5-item questionnaire and 100-item questionnaire. Probably it's in between, but when patients are motivated to do so, they do it, and they do it appropriately.
If there's a return on engagement for them as well.
Yeah, that's right.
That's great. So we are more or less out of time, and I think we've done some really good questions. What an amazing panel, and thanks for being here and giving all your perspectives. No, that's good. You did great. No, you did great. You did great. You look good. Yeah.
Thank you. We are still not over, so just waiting a little bit. I think that the workshops in the other rooms are still running, right? So we are here a little bit ahead of time. I don't think they will miss that much my final speech here. So I think we can proceed. I will improvise a little bit, just saying that I love this session. Quality of life, I feel from my experience, that is not always the top topic in the cancer field. When we talk about palliative care, this usually the something that is in the room because it needs to be in the room, and sometimes it's not even in the room, but it's not getting the attention it deserves. And this is not just about palliative care, it's about continuous and quality treatment from the beginning, not just to the end. I was looking into this amazing panel and thinking, Ian, you mentioned about how you get to more than 80 countries with I don't know how many thousand answers towards a survey that we heard is complicated, 99 questions, about a population with a very low survival rate. And you did it, I guess, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because of the network and because of the multiplying or multiplication, whatever, effect that you have on the networks. It's not you or your network going alone, but going together with others. And this is something that we at the National Cancer Mission Hubs should be looking for. So we are creating here a structure, not necessarily an organization, but a structure that emerges from collaboration. And this is something that we need to amplify. And we need to leverage from this collaboration towards getting to these difficult populations, the minorities, to getting to other countries, to getting to Europe and together, and to get everyone to know about what we are doing here. So this is being launched today, but it's being prepared for some time. But being launched today also means that it will continue in time, and we need to look into these networks to expand our impact that we heard here so much in this session. The same thing with the All Can initiative that I think that we can also leverage from. The colleague is not here anymore, but I will look at you, Eva, as member of the board of OLCAN as well. This is the kind of collaborations that we all need to leverage what we are doing here, and we would all benefit from it. I also say very often, so I'm repeating myself, we are here to help. National Cancer Mission Hubs are not here to replace anyone. Not the cancer centers, not the patient associations, not the industry associations. We are here to help, to fill those gaps that are still missing and connecting those dots that are still to be connected. And with this spirit, I move on then to the end of the session. So as our day draws to a closure, I'd like to share some thoughts with you. It has been a day filled with learnings, sharing, and renewed sense of purpose in our collective efforts. And now the things that I've been writing the whole day from the things that I've learned, so a little bit more of improvisation here. And going back to what I was trying to do a few minutes ago, which is to put everything in context. We started the day learning that citizens' engagement has now a strong mandate from the European Commission. It's popular now to talk about citizens' engagement, patients' engagement, and it's fancy, posh to have it. Now, with this, we also see there is an implementation gap. And with this comes responsibility. And innovation, doing things different, is sometimes uncomfortable. And we need to be prepared for this because it is uncomfortable, but is worth of it. And we have learned that today in multiple sessions. Citizens' engagement can improve quality of life, can improve quality of the deliverables, effectiveness, can speed up the process, can improve trust, and trust of society in research and innovation, which is something that is very important nowadays, as we can see. We all know how society is evolving in many of our countries. We then progress to learn about the cancer landscape here in Poland, about their efforts, the strategies, the health literacy course, the day for health, the year of health literacy, and how the society is moving. These projects are starting, they need our help, they need our collaboration. No one can do it alone, and it's amazing and enthusiastic and motivated to see how we are going through, and that cancer, as Christine was saying, once we start something, it cannot be stopped. We then moved to the City Cancer Challenge, and we learned about the importance of a motivated community, even in low resources context. We often complain in our developed society, as we call it, we don't have money, we don't have time, we don't have resources, we don't have... But we could see today that even in situations that we consider of maybe less prepared, it's possible to do it. So if we can do it in low-income countries, in low-resource communities, we can do it with the resources that we have available. We just need to decomplexify. It's not simplify, it's really taking the complex, because sometimes the solution is there. We learn also about communication in this example. Sometimes a WhatsApp group is the solution to, let's say, bringing the community together. We learn about planning and optimal use of resources, no duplication, and above all, we learn about time. Implementation takes time. We then gone to very inspiring 6 wonderful and inspiring projects on health technology, community building, research, patient relationship. I will not be talking about each one of them, but I think all of these are inspiring. We don't need to copy-paste them to what we do. Our communities are different. Our organizations are different. People are different. But I'm quite sure that none of you, like me, were indifferent to these stories, and we all related and somehow became jealous about something details or the full project and how we wish to have this in our home country and so on. This is time to do it. We learn participatory. Some things go bottom up, and if we go bottom up, we can do more, not just wait to do it. And to finalize, we learn about planning for impact. Where is Gilly? There. We learn about planning for impact, how to plan and how to act to increase the quality of life of cancer patients, survivors, and their carers. I think this was quite enriching. I don't know if you share this opinion with me. And now moving back to script, before finalizing, a note on the agenda for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be here again. We will have a day dedicated to synergies and collaborations between EU Mission and Europe's Beating Cancer Plan funded projects. So we have European Commission is funding projects on cancer using different funding mechanisms, and we will be discussing how these different projects can collaborate between themselves so we can create, again, more impactful and meaningful solutions, and how we can, for instance, use a tool that is being developed with Cancer Mission project, like the EU on Call, to translate it to, let's say, joint action in EU for Health for implementation. We will have 2 roundtables discussing, one, the prevention and early detection project, and the second, quality of life again. We look forward to seeing you here tomorrow and to hear from you on the impact of our collective efforts. And please don't be shy. Question, raise your hand, pick the brains and challenge our speakers, because this is how things get involved. Also, I want to thank all of our incredible speakers, panelists, workshop facilitators, and everyone who contributed to the vibrant discussions today. I think this is the part where our colleagues should be listening to, because this was amazing. I was mainly at the main stage, as you know, but I took my time during the breaks to ask about the other sessions, and everybody was so happy and motivated and so on. I got my WhatsApp messages saying, this is really interesting, I wish you were here, and so on. So thank you very much for all of you, and please, when you talk with my colleagues outside, just let them know that I did publicly acknowledge them. A special thank you also to the team with the hands-on. You know, I'm here standing, speaking to you, but there is a full team behind the scenes that prepared for this day that we are living here today. So I want to ask you to join me congratulating Eva, Dina, Pablo, José, and our local team, Ivona, Agnieszka, Lydia, and Monica, for this amazing day. Please. As important and to end, thank you to each and every one of you for your presence, your engagement, and your unwavering commitment to advancing patient and citizens' engagement in cancer care. Thank you for being part of this important event. And finally, I hope you leave today feeling inspired, informed, and empowered. As said, this is the first formal National Cancer Mission Hub to be launched, but this is not the only one. 4 more structures are already recognized as National Cancer Mission Hub starting stage, so we are now starting all this together, and by the ECHOS project, and more are in the process of recognition. Many times, and I believe you will relate with this, many times we see people that projects and initiatives that want to be unique. I'm special, I'm unique, I'm doing this that others are not. That's not the spirit here. We do not want to be unique, we want to be together, we want to be a collective. As we said, a network of networks, but if the Polish, the Portuguese, the Bulgarian, the whatever, national cancer mission hub is unique in their country, Europe will not progress together. So we don't want to be unique, we want to be a collective. And this is my final words. So wishing you a safe travel back home and have a wonderful rest of the day. See you tomorrow.